Section 1. The Nuclear Conspiracy. Springfield is a contamination zone. Let's not ease into this. The Springfield nuclear power plant is poisoning every single person in that town. Not as a metaphor, not as a dark joke buried inside a cartoon. Literally, demonstrably, with evidence that has been stacking up across 36 years and nearly 800 episodes of television, building a case so thorough, so consistent, and so quietly terrifying that the only real mystery isn't whether it's happening. The only mystery is how this show has been telling you about it, directly and without apology, for over 3 decades, and almost nobody stopped to take it seriously. So, we are going to take it seriously right now. We are going to go through the evidence the way it deserves to be gone through. Slowly, carefully, piece by piece. And by the time we're done with this section alone, you will never look at the yellow faces, the four-fingered hands, or the bulging eyes of Springfield's residents the same way again. Let's start with the facility itself, because before we can understand what the plant is doing to Springfield, we need to understand what the plant actually is. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It sits on the outskirts of town, dominating the skyline, visible from almost every elevated point in the city. It is the primary and, for most of Springfield's history, essentially the only meaningful source of electrical power for the entire community. The town depends on it. The economy orbits around it. Entire generations of Springfield's working class have been employed by it in one capacity or another. And it is, by any reasonable standard of measurement, one of the most catastrophically dangerous industrial facilities ever depicted in the history of fiction. A surprise safety inspection of the Springfield nuclear power plant uncovered 342 separate safety violations. 342. Let that number settle somewhere in your mind for a moment. The estimated cost to bring the facility up to regulatory code, to fix those violations, to make it safe enough to operate without posing a direct threat to the surrounding population, was $56 million. Charles Montgomery Burns refused to spend it. Not because $56 million was beyond his means. Burns is a billionaire many times over. His fortune is so vast, so deeply embedded in Springfield's economic infrastructure, that the concept of him being unable to afford something borders on the absurd. He refused to spend the money because spending it would have meant acknowledging the violations existed. And acknowledging the violations existed would have meant someone somewhere might start asking questions about what those violations had already done to the people who lived downwind of those cracked, leaking, inadequately maintained reactor units. And those violations are not minor. We are not talking about paperwork discrepancies or filing errors or administrative oversights. We are talking about radioactive waste being dumped directly into Springfield's bodies of water. Radioactive waste being poured onto the grounds of children's playgrounds. Plutonium. Not a safe industrial chemical, not a mild environmental concern, but plutonium. Being used as a paperweight on somebody's desk inside the facility. Cooling towers cracked through their structural cores and patched with nothing more than wads of chewing gum. Luminous rats. Rats that glow in the dark with their own biological light, running freely through the bowels of an active nuclear facility. And then there's the detail that the show drops in the most casual possible way and never returns to. The skeletons. Human skeletons. In the basement of the Springfield nuclear power plant. The show shows you the bones of what were presumably once living human beings inside an operating reactor facility, and then it moves on. No investigation. No explanation. No memorial. No names. The safety inspector walks past the bones and the scene transitions, and Springfield continues its day. Who were those people? How did they die? How long have they been down there? These are questions that would, in any functioning civic society, trigger a federal investigation. In Springfield, they trigger nothing at all. Not a shrug, not a nervous laugh, not a single raised eyebrow from any public official, journalist, or concerned citizen. The bones are simply there, in the basement, as they have presumably always been there, a quiet and permanent monument to everything the plant has done and continues to do. Now, the safety inspector, whose job it is to stand between the plant and catastrophe, the man whose literal professional purpose is to ensure that this facility does not poison and irradiate and ultimately destroy the community it serves, is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson has an IQ, according to the show's own internal canon and confirmed by the show's creator, of 55. He is a man who, as we will discuss in considerable detail later in this video, spent a significant portion of his adult life with a crayon physically lodged in his brain, occupying the part of his prefrontal cortex responsible for higher cognitive function. He is a man who has fallen asleep at his workstation during active meltdown warnings, who has eaten donuts while emergency klaxons sounded throughout the facility, who once, in what the show presents as a moment of pure childlike curiosity, threw a donut into the reactor core to see if the radiation would make it grow bigger. That is the person standing between Springfield and nuclear catastrophe. That specific man, for over 3 decades, every single working day. And Burns hired him deliberately. But we'll get to that, because right now, we need to talk about Blinky. Blinky appears in Season 2 of The Simpsons. He is a fish pulled from a river that runs directly adjacent to the Springfield nuclear power plant. And Blinky has 3 eyes. When Blinky is discovered, he becomes national news within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as the centerpiece of his campaign against Burns, arguing that the plant's runoff is actively mutating the local ecosystem, that the evidence of environmental contamination is swimming around in Springfield's own waterways for anyone with eyes to see. The candidate takes the fish and puts it in front of cameras and says, clearly and directly, that Charles Montgomery Burns is poisoning Springfield. Burns's response, orchestrated with the kind of efficient ruthlessness that defines his entire approach to public relations, is to eat the fish on live television. He sits down at a dinner table in front of the cameras, places a piece of 3-eyed fish on his fork, chews it, and declares it perfectly harmless. Case closed. The town watches, the cameras capture the image. And Springfield collectively shrugs its shoulders and moves on. Nobody conducts a follow-up study on the river. Nobody tests the municipal water supply. Nobody asks the obvious question, the one that should be screaming through every conscious mind in that room. If the fish in the river near the nuclear power plant have grown a 3rd eye, what exactly is happening to the people who drink the water from the same watershed? What is happening to the children who play in that river? What is happening to the adults who have been drinking this water for years, for decades? The question is never asked. The question is never answered. And the fish, the 3-eyed fish that is essentially an environmental alarm bell wearing fins and gills, gets cooked for dinner and forgotten. But Blinky isn't the end of the evidence. Blinky is the beginning. Because 4 years after Blinky, the show provides the single most disturbing piece of evidence for the radiation theory. And it provides it so casually, so embedded within the structure of a completely different story, that you almost miss what it's telling you. Season 8. The Springfield Files. Homer encounters what he believes is an alien in the woods near Springfield. The whole town panics. The episode plays as a straightforward comedy parody of The X-Files, with FBI agents Mulder and Scully arriving to investigate the strange, glowing creature that Homer keeps seeing among the trees. The episode builds toward a dramatic reveal, and when the truth comes out, it is not played for horror, it is played for laughs. But underneath the laughter, the reveal is genuinely monstrous. The creature in the woods is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so chemically and radiologically loaded, that after each session, his body produces a visible green glow. His skin, his eyes, his entire physical form radiates light in a way that makes him appear, to anyone who encounters him in the darkness of the forest, like something that cannot possibly be human. Like something that came from somewhere else entirely. Springfield's population looks at a man glowing green in the woods and concludes, it must be an alien. Not radiation contamination. Not the power plant that sits on their skyline and has been leaking into their ecosystem for their entire lives. An extraterrestrial visitor. That is the depth of the town's collective dissociation from the reality of what surrounds them. But here's what the reveal is actually telling you if you choose to hear it. Burns is so saturated with radiation. His body has been so thoroughly altered by decades of proximity to nuclear material and aggressive radiation-based medical treatments that he literally emits visible light. He glows in the dark. He has become, in the most literal biological sense, a radioactive being. His body produces light the way a nuclear fuel rod produces light. And the treatments that cause this glow are the treatments that keep him alive. Without them, administered on a precise weekly schedule, Burns is dead within 7 days. The man who owns the plant is powered by radiation. He requires it the way a normal human being requires food and water. And the same plant that provides the radiation, keeping Burns alive, has been leaking that same radiation into Springfield's water, air, and soil for as long as Burns has owned it. This is not a metaphor. The show is not being subtle here. Burns is the physical embodiment of what the Springfield nuclear power plant does to living organisms. He is the extreme end of the spectrum. He is what happens when radiation exposure continues long enough and is managed with sufficient medical resources. He glows. He persists. He becomes something that no longer quite fits the category of normal human life. And now look at Springfield's residents. Really look at them. Homer Simpson. A skull shape that cannot be found anywhere in actual human anatomy. Eyes that bulge from his face in a way that no ophthalmologist would describe as healthy. 4 fingers on each hand, where every normal human being has 5. An overbite so pronounced it could be diagnosed as a structural deformity. An IQ of 55, classified as a significant intellectual disability under any standard clinical framework. And a body that functions in defiance of physics. Homer has been shot. He has been electrocuted. He has fallen from cliffs. He has been hit by cars multiple times, at speed in ways that should shatter bones into fragments. He has survived explosions. He has been struck by lightning. He has endured forms of physical trauma that would kill a normal human being not once, but dozens of times over, and he walks away from every single incident. His healing rate is not human. His pain tolerance is not human. His entire biological relationship with injury and mortality operates on a completely different set of rules than the ones that govern normal people. And he has spent his entire adult working life in direct proximity to an active nuclear reactor core. Marge Simpson. The same bulging eyes, the same 4-fingered hands. Hair that not only defies the laws of physics by growing straight upward to a height that should be structurally impossible, but that has maintained that exact shape, unchanged, for 36 years without a single inch of variation. Marge was briefly employed at the Springfield nuclear power plant herself. She was exposed to the same facility, breathed the same air, existed in the same contaminated environment, and all 3 of her children were conceived and born after both she and Homer had already been living in Springfield's irradiated ecosystem for years. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, all 3 born in Springfield. All 3 raised in Springfield. All 3 drinking the same water, breathing the same air, living their entire life under the shadow of those cracked cooling towers. And every single one of them presents with physical characteristics that do not appear in normal human populations anywhere else on Earth. The spiky hair that maintains its shape without product. The overbites. The bulging eyes. And most strikingly, most universally, the one detail that covers every single resident of this town and nobody else in the entire world. The yellow skin. Every person in Springfield has yellow skin. Every single one of them. And for most of the show's history, this has been accepted by viewers and by critics and by casual observers of all kinds as a simple artistic choice. That's just the art style. That's just how The Simpsons looks. The yellow is a design decision, not a narrative one. But that explanation collapses the moment you look carefully at how the show draws characters who are not from Springfield. When celebrities visit Springfield, when guest characters arrive from outside the town, they look different. Not subtly different. Fundamentally, visibly, structurally different. Their proportions are more natural. Their eyes sit at more anatomically realistic positions in their faces. Their features more closely resemble actual human biology. The show consistently draws outsiders with proportions that diverge meaningfully from the visual template it uses for Springfield residents. And the difference is not random. It is consistent. Episode after episode, decade after decade, the pattern holds. People from outside Springfield look different from people inside Springfield. They look more normal, more human, more like what you would expect a person to look like if you encountered them in the real world. The only reading of this pattern that makes internal logical sense within the universe of the show itself is that there is something observable, something physically real that distinguishes Springfield residents from everyone else. Something in their biology that marks them. Something in their environment that has shaped them into a version of human life that diverges from the standard model in ways that are visible to the naked eye. The people inside the contamination zone look mutated. The people outside it look normal. And it is not just the humans. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners. The same proportions that deviate from normal canine anatomy. The family's pet, living in the same house, drinking the same water, breathing the same air, has been physically altered in the same ways as the humans around him. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes. Springfield's wildlife, every living organism that has made its home in the watershed surrounding the nuclear power plant, is demonstrably, visibly, measurably different from what it would otherwise be. The show tells you this directly. It shows you a 3-eyed fish and says, clearly and without ambiguity, this is what the radiation is doing to living organisms in this environment. And then it continues to show you, episode after episode across more than 3 decades of television, a population of human beings with the same distinctive physical markers, and waits to see if anyone connects the dots. Most people never do, because most people, just like the residents of Springfield, have learned to accept the surface of things without examining what lies beneath. Burns knows. He has always known. The show makes this explicit not once, but across multiple episodes and multiple contexts. Burns funds private medical research. He employs personal physicians. He undergoes weekly treatments that keep him alive through what amounts to chronic radiation poisoning of his own body. Burns understands radiation biology better than anyone in Springfield, not because he studied it theoretically, but because he is personally dependent on managing radiation's effects in his own biological system. He lives inside the problem he created. He has the resources. He has the pharmaceutical infrastructure. He has an entire private medical apparatus capable of synthesizing experimental treatments that do not appear in any public pharmacopoeia. He knows exactly what radiation does to biological systems, because radiation is, quite literally, the thing keeping him alive. And he knows exactly what the plant is doing to Springfield, because Springfield is, if we follow this theory to its logical conclusion, his laboratory. And here is the most chilling piece of the entire puzzle. Homer's employment. When the plant was briefly purchased by German investors during one of Burns's financial reversals, the new owners fired Homer within their first hours in charge. It was one of the first things they did. A competent safety inspector on a nuclear facility is not an optional luxury. He is a regulatory requirement. He is the human being whose qualifications and performance determine whether the facility operates legally or not. The German investors took one look at Homer Simpson and understood immediately that his continued employment was incompatible with any version of legitimate facility management. The second thing the new owners did was commission an assessment of what it would cost to bring the plant up to code. The estimate nearly put them out of business. The violations were so extensive, so expensive to remediate, that the cost of doing things correctly threatened the economic viability of the entire enterprise. Burns bought the plant back, and immediately, within essentially the same narrative breath, he rehired Homer. A competent safety inspector would shut the Springfield nuclear power plant down, not reduce its output, not issue fines, not mandate improvements. Shut it down. Close the gates. Stop the reactor. Because the honest regulatory assessment of the Springfield nuclear power plant is that it should not be operating, that it should never have been allowed to operate in its current state, and that every day it continues to run in its current condition, it is causing harm to every living organism in its surrounding environment. Homer ensures that day never comes. His incompetence is not a background joke in the story of the plant. His incompetence is the mechanism by which the plant continues to exist. He is not an accidental employee. He is a structural component of Burns's business model. Keep Homer in the safety chair, and the violations continue. Keep the violations continuing, and the radiation keeps leaking. Keep the radiation leaking, and Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and through the economy, its people. A population that has been drinking irradiated water for decades and breathing contaminated air for generations. A population whose cognitive function has been gradually, consistently, measurably degraded by chronic low-level radiation exposure to the point where the most basic act of critical thinking, of looking at the evidence in front of them and asking what it means, has become genuinely difficult. The show even gives you an explicit demonstration of what happens when that cognitive fog is briefly lifted. Season 12. Homer, through the intervention of a doctor who discovers the long-embedded crayon in his brain, has the obstruction removed. His IQ rises dramatically. He becomes, in the span of a single episode, intelligent, articulate, perceptive, capable of understanding not just individual facts, but the relationships between facts, the patterns, the structures that underlie the surface of things. He becomes, for the first time in his adult life, a man who can see Springfield clearly. And it is unbearable. He sees his job for what it is. He sees his town for what it is. He sees the system he lives inside, the one that was built to keep men like him exactly where they are, and he sees it with the clear, unfiltered vision of someone who has just had the fog pulled from his eyes. And the weight of it, the sheer accumulating weight of all that clarity, is more than he can carry. So he puts the crayon back, he chooses the fog, he walks back into the dream. But here's the question the show does not ask, the one it leaves hanging in the air after Homer makes that choice and the credits roll and everything resets. How did a crayon end up lodged in a child's brain without anyone noticing? How did Homer pass through his entire childhood, his adolescence, his entire adult life? Visiting doctors in Springfield, receiving medical care from Springfield's healthcare system, and not one single physician found a foreign object embedded in his skull? Either every doctor in Springfield is operating at a level of incompetence that would be extraordinary even by the show's standards, or someone knew it was there. Someone in the Springfield medical establishment saw it, recognized it, and chose not to remove it. Because removing it would make Homer capable of asking questions. And Homer asking questions is a problem for the system that depends on his compliance. Burns's influence does not stop at the property line of the nuclear facility. It extends into the economic infrastructure of a town that runs on the electricity his plant provides. It extends into the political apparatus of a community where the largest employer is his company. And if the theory holds, it extends into the healthcare system, because a population kept cognitively diminished by a combination of radiation exposure and strategic medical neglect is a population that cannot organize resistance. The radiation theory, when you follow it all the way through, does not explain one mystery about the Simpsons. It explains all of them. It explains why the characters do not age. Their mutated biology operates outside the normal parameters of cellular decay. It explains why the town resets after catastrophic events. The population's memory function has been compromised by chronic neurological damage. It explains why Homer survives things that should kill him. His body has been so fundamentally altered by radiation exposure that it no longer responds to physical trauma the way a normal human body would. It explains why Burns is still alive after more than a century. He is the only person in Springfield with both the understanding of what the radiation does and the resources to manage its effects, to turn the poison into medicine, to use the thing that is destroying everyone else as the mechanism of his own perpetuation. And it explains the yellow skin. Every yellow face, every bulging eye, every impossible recovery from a fatal injury, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset, every mystery that the show introduces and never resolves. Every single one of them traces back to the same cracked cooling tower, leaking the same invisible contamination into the same compromised water supply, poisoning the same damaged brains that have forgotten how to ask why their fish have 3 eyes and why their children have 4 fingers, and why the man who employs half the town glows green in the darkness of the Springfield woods. The Springfield nuclear power plant is not a backdrop. It is not a setting. It is not a visual shorthand for blue-collar American life or a commentary on corporate environmental negligence, though it is certainly all of those things too. It is the engine of the show. It is the source. Everything that is wrong with Springfield, everything strange and impossible and darkly funny and quietly heartbreaking about this town and the people who live in it, runs downstream from the plant. From Burns. From those 342 violations that he refused to fix because fixing them would have meant admitting something he has spent his entire incomprehensibly long life, making sure nobody in Springfield ever quite figures out. The plant made them what they are, and the plant will keep making them that way for as long as the reactor runs, and Homer sleeps at his workstation, and the three-eyed fish swim in the river, and nobody asks the question that has been hanging over Springfield since the very first episode. Why are we all like this? The answer is right there on the skyline, lit up against the night sky, cooling towers casting their shadows over a town full of people who can't quite remember what they were supposed to be asking. Drop a comment right now telling me where in the world you're watching from and what time it is there. I love seeing where this reaches. And if you're enjoying the breakdown so far, hit subscribe. There is a lot more Springfield to get through, and you do not want to miss what comes next. Expanded Section 1 Continuation, The Nuclear Conspiracy, Additional Depth. Let's go deeper into what the plant's violations actually mean in practice, because the numbers are easy to hear and easy to dismiss. 342 violations. The phrase rolls off the tongue, and the brain files it away as a large abstract number and moves on. But each one of those violations represents something specific. Each one is a place where the machinery that is supposed to contain radioactive material and prevent it from entering the environment has failed, or was never properly installed, or has been deliberately bypassed. And in a pressurized water reactor facility, failures in containment do not stay contained. They spread. They move through water tables. They disperse through air currents. They settle into soil and enter the food chain and accumulate in the fatty tissues of organisms that consume them, concentrating as they move up the trophic levels until they reach the apex of the local food web. Which is the people of Springfield? The process is called bioaccumulation. It is not theoretical. It is not a model or a projection or a worst-case scenario. It is the documented, observed, scientifically established mechanism by which low-level environmental contamination becomes high-level biological contamination in the organisms that inhabit contaminated environments. The fish in the river near the plant are Exhibit A. Blinky's third eye is not a random mutation. It is the endpoint of a process that began with radioactive material entering the river and continued through every organism that consumed water from that source or fed on organisms that had done so. The humans of Springfield are eating those fish. They are drinking that water. They are breathing the air that moves over those cooling towers. They are existing in the atmospheric plume downwind of a facility with cracked towers and failed containment systems. They are, in every relevant biological sense, the endpoint of the same bioaccumulation process that produced Blinky. And Homer's role in all of this is more specific than simply being inadequate at his job. Homer is not just incompetent in a general way. He is incompetent in the precisely targeted way that serves Burns's purposes most effectively. A safety inspector who is completely and universally incompetent might produce so many errors, so many near incidents, so many alarming paperwork trails that external oversight agencies would eventually be forced to intervene despite the political pressure Burns could apply to prevent it. Homer's incompetence is more refined than that. He manages to prevent the catastrophic visible incidents, the meltdowns and explosions that would require immediate federal response and could not be explained away, while allowing the slow, chronic, invisible contamination to continue. He catches the problems that would show up on the front page of the Springfield newspaper, while entirely missing the problems that accumulate silently in the water table and the bloodstreams of the people who live nearby. Whether this is genuinely accidental, or whether some part of Homer's training or conditioning has been specifically oriented toward this pattern, is a question the show does not answer. But the pattern itself is consistent enough across the show's run that it is worth naming. Homer is not randomly bad at his job. He is bad at it in a way that serves Burns perfectly. Consider what happens every time a major incident at the plant almost occurs. Homer notices it. Homer panics. Homer fumbles through a resolution that prevents the visible catastrophe while leaving every underlying condition that caused the near incident completely unchanged. The chewing gum on the cooling tower crack is the show's central image for this dynamic. Homer knows the crack is there. He knows it is dangerous. He knows patching it with chewing gum is not a real solution. And he does it anyway, because the real solution would require admitting to Burns or to regulatory authorities that the crack exists, and admitting that the crack exists would trigger the kind of investigation that neither Homer nor Burns wants. So the gum goes on. The crack continues to propagate behind the gum, the radiation continues to leak, and Springfield continues to be Springfield. The three-eyed fish deserves more attention than it typically gets, because Blinky is not the only three-eyed fish in Springfield's waterways. Blinky is the one that got caught and photographed and became national news. But the conditions that produced Blinky have been present in Springfield's watershed for as long as the plant has been operating. Every organism living in or drinking from that watershed has been subject to the same mutational pressure. The fish that were not caught and photographed are swimming in that same water. The organisms lower in the food chain, the insects and the algae, and the microscopic life that forms the base of the ecosystem have been affected by the contamination for just as long and at just as fundamental a level. What we see in Blinky is not an isolated case. It is the visible tip of an ecosystem-wide mutation event, the one individual who got unlucky enough to end up in a net and in front of a camera. Every fish in that river is Blinky. The ones without three eyes simply have not been photographed yet. And every person in Springfield who has been consuming the products of that ecosystem, the fish, the water, the agricultural produce grown in the soil that the water drains through, is carrying the same contamination in their bodies. The mutation is not Blinky's personal misfortune. It is Springfield's collective inheritance. Burns understands this better than anyone, but because Burns has been monitoring his own biological response to radiation exposure for over a century. He has a personal physician who understands radiation medicine in ways that no public health professional in Springfield would even know to look for. He runs private medical research through the plant's pharmaceutical division. He has the most comprehensive longitudinal data set on radiation's effects on a human biological system that exists anywhere in the world because the data set is his own body. He knows what the radiation is doing to Springfield. He has been watching it happen from the most intimate possible vantage point. And he has built the medical infrastructure to protect himself from the worst of it while allowing it to continue affecting everyone around him. There is a scene in the show, referenced in passing, never fully examined, where Burns undergoes blood work and the results come back from his private laboratory. The scene is played for dark humor, with the list of conditions found in his blood reading like a medical encyclopedia. But underneath the joke is a genuine question about what kind of monitoring Burns has access to that no one else in Springfield does. What he knows about the biological effects of the plant's contamination that he has never disclosed. What the private research he funds has found that has never been published or shared with the public health authorities who might use it to protect Springfield's residents. Burns is the most informed person in Springfield about the effects of what his plant is doing. And he is the person with the most interest in ensuring that information never reaches anyone who might do something with it. The genetic implications extend beyond the current generation. The show has depicted Bart, Lisa, and Maggie as all displaying the characteristic physical markers of Springfield residency. 4 fingers, bulging eyes, unusual hair, the yellow skin that covers everyone in the town, and only the town. But these are not traits that appeared in the generation that first encountered the contamination. These are traits that were established before the children were born. Homer and Marge were both exposed to Springfield's environment for years before their children were conceived. The contamination that altered their biology altered the genetic material that their children would inherit. The mutations are not just phenotypic, not just visible in the appearance and behavior of individual residents. They are genetic. They have been incorporated into the heritable material of Springfield's population and will be passed to every subsequent generation regardless of whether the source of the original contamination is ever cleaned up. This is the most chilling implication of the radiation theory. The damage is not reversible. Even if Burns were to shut down the plant tomorrow, even if Springfield's water supply were to be remediated, even if every cracked tower were sealed and every contaminated site were cleaned, the genetic alterations that the contamination introduced into Springfield's population would persist. They would be inherited by children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren who never lived near the plant. The yellow skin and the 4 fingers and the bulging eyes would continue generation after generation, because the mutation has become part of what it means to be from Springfield. Burns did not just poison a generation, he rewrote the hereditary code of an entire community. And that rewrite does not come with an undo button. The most extraordinary detail in the entire radiation theory, the one that ties it most tightly to what the show actually depicts, is the moment in the Simpsons movie. The Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal agency with genuine regulatory authority, examines the situation in Springfield and reaches a conclusion. They determine that Springfield's pollution has reached a level so catastrophic, so extensive, so impossible to remediate through normal environmental management that the only appropriate response is physical containment. They build a dome. They seal the entire town under glass. They take a community of thousands of people and enclose them inside a physical barrier designed to prevent their contamination from spreading to the surrounding region. The United States federal government looked at Springfield and determined that the correct response was to treat it the way you treat a quarantine zone. To identify the boundary of the contamination and seal it so that the infection cannot spread further. Think about what the dome means in the context of everything we have been discussing. The EPA did not look at Springfield and see a pollution problem that required cleanup. They looked at Springfield and saw a contamination event so entrenched, so deeply woven into the physical and biological fabric of the community, that cleanup was not a realistic option. The only option was containment. Keep it where it is, prevent it from spreading, manage the boundary. And inside the dome, at the moment it goes up, are all the people we have been talking about. Homer, whose brain was altered by the crayon and the radiation. Marge, whose patience has been the emotional scaffold holding a mutated family together for decades. Bart, whose behavior the show has always coded as a response to an environment that produces abnormality. Lisa, whose intelligence puts her in perpetual conflict with a community that the radiation has left incapable of meeting her there. Maggie, the mystery behind the pacifier, watching everything from the high chair with those extraordinary eyes. They are all inside the dome when it goes up. Springfield is not a quirky fictional town. Springfield is a contamination zone with a population too damaged to recognize what they are living in. The residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the nuclear power plant on their skyline is not a background detail. It is the source. It has always been the source. The cause of every strange thing, every impossible recovery, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset, every mystery that the show has been accumulating for 36 years without ever fully resolving. It all comes back to the plant. Every single piece of it. Section 2. Homer's Coma. Every episode since 1993 is a dream. Here is where everything you just heard gets reframed. Because what if the radiation theory is correct, but only inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since April of 1993? What if the yellow skin and the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers are all real, all genuinely there, all exactly as disturbing as the evidence suggests? But the person experiencing them, the person the show has followed through every single one of those experiences, is not actually awake? What if Homer Simpson has been asleep this entire time? Not metaphorically asleep, not spiritually asleep in the way we sometimes say a person has been sleepwalking through their life without truly engaging with it. Clinically, medically, physically unconscious. Lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General with his family gathered around him, his vital signs steady enough to maintain, his brain still firing in the darkness, generating story after story after story because the alternative, the silence, the stillness, the nothing of genuine unconsciousness, is not something Homer Simpson's mind is willing to accept. This is the Homer coma theory. It is the most famous, most debated, most internally consistent fan theory in the entire history of The Simpsons. It has been discussed on Reddit threads with thousands of comments, dissected in academic papers about narrative structure, and directly addressed by the show's own executive producers. And the more carefully you look at the evidence, the harder it becomes to dismiss. Let's go back to the episode that started everything. April 1st, 1993. Season 4, Episode 18, the title of the episode is So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The episode's premise is simple enough. Bart has been escalating a series of April Fool's Day pranks on Homer throughout the day, each one more ambitious than the last, each one pushing a little further at the boundary between joke and genuine cruelty in the way that only Bart Simpson can. The escalation reaches its peak when Bart takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop, places it inside an industrial paint shaker, and sends it back home concealed among the others in the refrigerator. When Homer opens the can, the explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. He is alive, he is injured, he is recovering in a hospital bed, and the family gathers around him. The mood in the room is heavy in the way it gets when something that was supposed to be funny has gone somewhere it was never meant to go. Bart is guilty. The hospital is sterile and quiet, and Homer, lying in his bed, notices a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. Of course he does. He is Homer. So he gets out of bed, weak and unsteady, and he goes to the machine, and the machine tips over, and it crushes him, and he flatlines. Homer Simpson clinically dies in this episode. His heart stops. The monitors go flat. He is resuscitated and placed in a coma. A real one, not a dream sequence, not a cutaway, not a comic aside. A medically induced unconscious state that lasts within the show's timeline for 7 weeks. The episode ends with what appears to be a resolution. Bart sits at Homer's bedside and confesses, tearfully and genuinely, that the whole chain of events was his fault. That the prank was his, that the escalation was his, that if Homer dies, the responsibility for that death belongs to him. It is one of the show's genuinely moving moments, a crack of real emotion through the comedy, and it seems to work. Homer springs awake. He immediately begins strangling his son. Everyone laughs. The family is together. The crisis is over. The episode ends, except in the final moments of that same episode, before the credits roll, the doctor informs the Simpson family that Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5%. Gone permanently, destroyed, never coming back. And Homer's response to learning that he has sustained permanent neurological damage is to laugh, even as he confesses that he does not understand why he is laughing. And the family finds this charming, and the episode ends. And The Simpsons continues for 32 more years as though nothing happened. Unless Homer never woke up. That is the premise. That is the theory in its simplest and most devastating form. The Homer coma theory, originally articulated in detail by a Reddit user, proposes that Homer Simpson did not regain consciousness in that hospital room in April of 1993. That the awakening we see, the strangling, the laughter, the family warmth, is itself the beginning of the dream. That every episode of The Simpsons that has aired since that date exists inside the mind of an unconscious man generated by a brain that refuses to accept the darkness of genuine coma state oblivion. Now let's look at the evidence, because there is more of it than you might expect. The most immediately striking piece of evidence is the tonal shift. And if you have been watching The Simpsons long enough, you have felt this shift even if you have never been able to articulate precisely what it is or precisely when it happened. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a specific kind of show. It was still a cartoon, still absurdist, still willing to push the limits of what you could do within a half-hour animated family sitcom. But it was also, at its core, a show grounded in recognizable human experience. The storylines dealt with problems that real families face. Homer tries to quit drinking and finds that the social infrastructure of his entire adult life was built around the bar. Marge struggles with the question of whether her life has become too small, whether the boundaries of her ambition have been shrunk by the demands of motherhood and marriage until she can no longer find the edges of who she used to be. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher who actually sees her intelligence, actually responds to her as a full human being rather than an inconvenient anomaly, and has to navigate the grief of losing that when he inevitably moves on. Bart faces the possibility of being held back a year in school and genuinely grapples, beneath all his bravado, with what that means about who he is. These are everyday human problems. They are told through the lens of satire and comedy and often surreal exaggeration, but their emotional roots are recognizable. You have felt versions of these things. The people in your life have felt versions of these things. The show's emotional resonance during this period was built on the bedrock of shared experience. After the coma, everything changes. Homer goes to space. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante mob. Homer joins a secret society with elaborate rituals and ancient mysteries. Homer meets God, not metaphorically, not in a dream sequence that gets explicitly labeled as such, but in what the show presents as a literal, face-to-face conversation with the divine. Homer discovers that his mother has been a fugitive radical for 27 years. Homer captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer holds hundreds of different jobs across dozens of episodes, cycling through careers with a speed and variety that would be impossible in any real life. Homer travels to dozens of countries, befriends an essentially unlimited roster of celebrities, survives forms of physical trauma that would kill a platoon of soldiers, and does all of this without aging, without accumulating consequences, without any of it leaving a permanent mark. The show goes from a family sitcom rooted in economic anxiety and domestic struggle to something that operates by completely different rules. Rules that are not the rules of ordinary human life. Rules that are, instead, the rules of dream logic. In dreams, you can go to space. In dreams, you meet God. In dreams, the same person can hold 100 different jobs across an unlimited number of adventures without any of it touching the stable core of who they are. In dreams, you survive everything. You recover from everything. You reset after everything because the dreaming mind does not maintain a running tally of consequences. It generates experience after experience, story after story, in an endless present tense that is perpetually now and never accumulating into a past that has to be reckoned with. The escalation is so dramatic, the shift so seismic, that the internet has been arguing about when The Simpsons got bad, when it jumped the shark, when it lost the thread, for the better part of 2 decades now. Fans consistently cite the later seasons, the post-season 8 or post-season 10 material, as the point where something went wrong, where the show lost its grounding, where it stopped being the thing it used to be and became something stranger and less coherent. The coma theory offers a precise and specific answer to this question, one that does not require any judgment about the quality of the writing or the commitment of the staff. The Simpsons did not get bad. Homer's brain got worse. As the coma continues, as the years in the hospital bed accumulate, as the brain ticks down from whatever baseline it established in April of 1993, the dream becomes less stable, less grounded, more willing to violate its own internal logic, more prone to wild swings in genre and tone and possibility. The increasingly surreal and incoherent quality of the show's later seasons is not a failure of craft. It is the signature of a deteriorating mind. But before we get to the deterioration, let's look at the detail that makes the coma theory feel genuinely prophetic rather than simply retroactively applied. 6 months before the coma episode. Season 4, Episode 1. Homer the Heretic. Homer, in a deeply characteristically Homer way, decides to skip church on a cold Sunday morning and spend the day at home instead, doing exactly what he wants in exactly the way he wants to do it. The day is perfect. He eats what he wants, watches what he wants, does nothing he does not want to do. And at the end of the day, he falls asleep in front of the television and has a dream in which he speaks directly with God. The conversation is warm, funny, theologically idiosyncratic, in the specific way that only The Simpsons could manage. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something. He tells him that Homer will learn the meaning of life. But not yet. God says specifically that Homer's time is coming, that the answer is close, but it is not here yet. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline matches. The language matches. God told Homer his time was nearly up. God told him that the moment of ultimate understanding, the answer to the question that underlies all questions, was approaching. And 6 months after that conversation, Homer's conscious life came to what may have been its end. What the show presents as a passing theological gag, a callback to a funny scene in a good episode, reads under the coma theory as a piece of foreshadowing so precise it borders on eerie. God was telling Homer that his waking life was about to be replaced by something else. Not death exactly. Not a clean ending. Something stranger. Something that would look from the outside like waking life but would operate by different rules. Would be free in ways that waking life never is. Would be, in the way that dreams are always at least partially the expression of our deepest desires, exactly the life Homer would have chosen if he could choose. And what does Homer's dream give him? It gives him adventure. It gives him space and celebrities and secret societies and encounters with God and all the variety and expansiveness that his actual life, the life of a safety inspector at a nuclear power plant in a mid-sized American city, never could have contained. But more than that, more than any of the adventure or the spectacle or the impossible experiences, it gives him the one thing that Homer Simpson has always wanted more than anything else. It gives him his family, intact, together, present. Here is the emotional core of the coma theory, the piece that transforms it from a clever narrative puzzle into something genuinely moving. Homer's deepest fear is loss. Not death, not physical danger, not the consequences of his own considerable catalog of mistakes. Loss. Specifically, the loss of the people he loves. Of Marge leaving because she finally ran out of patience or discovered she could build something better. Of Bart growing up in a way and finding that the version of himself he becomes doesn't need his father anymore. Of Lisa moving forward into the brilliant future she is clearly heading toward and outgrowing the Springfield house and the couch and the man who sits on it. Of Maggie, always the one he cannot quite reach, the mystery even in waking life, slipping away before he ever truly understood her. In the coma, none of that happens. In the coma, none of it can happen. His family is frozen at the precise moment he lost consciousness, preserved in the amber of his last memory of them. Marge is still there, still patient, still in love with a man who does not deserve it and cannot fully understand how. Bart is still 10 years old, still the specific chaos of childhood that Homer somehow finds more endearing than exhausting. Lisa is still 8, still playing her saxophone in her room with that particular intensity that Homer cannot always follow but can always feel. Maggie is still small enough to hold, still a 1-year-old who fits in his arms, still the baby who has not yet become whoever she is going to become without him. Nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of a man who went to sleep in April of 1993 and whose unconscious brain cannot imagine his children growing up because he was not awake to see it happen. Of course they stay young. Of course the world resets. Of course Homer survives everything. Of course the consequences never accumulate. Because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind, which is the one telling the story, is not going to let the story kill the person it most needs to survive. The celebrity appearances that flood the later seasons make complete sense under this framework too. Homer's brain, lying in its hospital bed, is not in silence. The room around him has sound. There is a television somewhere in the ward, or a radio, or the conversations of nurses and doctors and visiting family members. The brain, even in deep unconsciousness, continues to process ambient stimulation. It hears fragments, names, voices, cultural references drifting through the institutional air of Springfield General. And it incorporates these fragments into the dream, weaving them into the fabric of Springfield, translating every celebrity name it catches through the fog of unconsciousness into a dream character who shows up in town and has an adventure with Homer. Every famous person who visits Springfield in the show's later seasons is a voice Homer heard through the fog. Every guest appearance is a piece of the world outside the coma reaching in through the darkness and being absorbed by the dreaming mind and transformed into story. The show acknowledged the theory. In season 34, the writers created a deliberately leaked, fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes up from a long coma and discovers that every fantastical episode was a dream. The scene was animated. It was voiced. It was produced with the same care and quality as any other piece of the show. And then the show's writers came forward and identified it as a hoax, claiming the scene had been planted by hackers, insisting that it was not real, that Homer was not in a coma, that the theory was just a theory. But the fact that they made it at all tells you something essential. The writers know about the theory. They have engaged with it. They understood it well enough to dramatize it convincingly. And their denial when it came wrapped inside an episode that literally depicted Homer waking up from a coma. They showed you the thing they claimed was not real. They animated the truth, held it up for you to see, and then told you it was a joke. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015, dismissing it as fan speculation, confirming that Homer is not in a coma, that the show is simply a cartoon and its internal continuity should not be treated as evidence of anything beyond the decisions of its writers. But Al Jean did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma episode. He did not explain why the show becomes progressively more surreal and disconnected from anything resembling normal reality with each passing season, in the exact pattern you would expect from a dream generated by a brain that is slowly and irreversibly losing function. He said it is not true, and the conversation moved on. The fans did not move on. Because the theory does something that no official explanation has ever managed to do. It makes the show make sense. All of it. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity parade, the increasingly cartoonish plots, the reset button that wipes consequences between episodes, the fact that Homer can endure anything and recover from anything. All of it. The theory explains every single one of these things in a single sentence. Homer Simpson is dreaming. And here is the part that stays with you. If the coma theory is true, then the emotional architecture of The Simpsons is not comedy. It is tragedy. It is the portrait of a man lying unconscious in a hospital bed somewhere in Springfield with his family gathered around him, and the machines maintaining his vital signs, and the years passing outside the window, and his mind refusing to let go. Refusing to stop generating the dream. Refusing to let the story end, because ending the story means confronting what ending the story means. What Homer's dream gives him is simple and complete and the most human thing in the world. He wants his family. That is the whole of it. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be the boy who drives him to screaming fury and bottomless affection in the same breath. He wants Lisa to still be 8, still playing her saxophone, still the person who sees the world more clearly than anyone around her, even if the world is not quite ready for what she sees. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold. He wants the house on Evergreen Terrace. He wants the couch. He wants Friday night with the television on and the beer cold and nobody going anywhere. And in the coma, he has all of it, preserved, unchanged, running in a loop that never ends, never deteriorates, never delivers the bill that every waking life eventually presents. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is a gift his own mind gave him. The only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would ever think to ask for. A house where the kids are always young and nobody ever has to say goodbye, and the dream keeps running and running and running because the alternative is silence, and Homer's mind is not ready for silence. Not yet. The show will never confirm this, and it will never disprove it. The evidence is built into the bones of the show, structural, inseparable from the thing the show actually is. And every time Homer survives something impossible, every time the credits roll and the world resets, every time the family reassembles on that couch for another episode as though nothing has changed, it is not lazy writing. It is Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because the story ending means waking up, and waking up means finding out how much time has passed. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? The case that was never actually solved. Before you say Maggie, let's slow down. Yes, the show told you it was Maggie. Season 7, Episode 1, the second half of the most famous two-part cliffhanger in the history of American animation. Baby Maggie Simpson, 1 year old, essentially pre-verbal, picked up a gun and shot the richest man in town. Case closed. The law cannot touch her. No jury in the world would convict an infant. File it away and move on. Except the case was never actually closed. Not really. Because the evidence that is supposed to support the official verdict does not add up the way the show wants you to believe it does. And the more carefully you examine the details, the clues, the timeline, the physical evidence, and the statements of the victim himself, the more it looks like Springfield closed a case that it never properly solved because closing it was more convenient than the truth. Let's go back to the beginning, because context matters. Season 6, Episode 25, Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 1. This was the summer of 1995, and The Simpsons did something that no animated show had ever attempted before. It constructed a genuine mystery, a whodunit designed with the meticulous care of a classic detective story, engineered with enough red herrings, enough planted clues, and enough genuine ambiguity that the show's creators felt confident enough to issue a public challenge. Fox promoted the episode like a cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special called Springfield's Most Wanted, treating the fictional shooting as if it were a real unsolved crime, a real investigation requiring real detective work from the viewing public. Viewers were invited to submit their guesses about the shooter, with the prize being animation into a future episode of the show. It was one of the most ambitious marketing campaigns in network television history for an animated program. And the mystery was constructed to be genuinely difficult. Burns had done terrible things. Not mildly antagonistic, not standard-issue cartoon villain things. He had done things that touched every corner of Springfield's life in ways that were specific and personal and damaging. He had tapped an oil well discovered beneath Springfield Elementary School, draining a windfall that would have funded the school's programs and extracurriculars, destroying the music department and the arts budget, and everything that made the school something other than a warehouse for underfunded children. He had shut down Moe's Tavern by strangling its owner financially, destroying a community institution that meant something concrete to the people who depended on it. He had created a sinkhole that demolished the Springfield retirement castle, displacing elderly residents who had nowhere else to go. He had injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family's dog, in the course of one of his schemes. And for his grand finale, he built a device to block out the sun. Not metaphorically, not a financial maneuver that metaphorically darkened Springfield's prospects. A literal physical mechanical disc, deployed above the town, blocking out solar radiation, plunging Springfield into artificial permanent shadow so that every resident would have no choice but to purchase electricity from his power plant. He stole the sun. He took away the thing that costs nothing, that belongs to everyone, that has been rising over Springfield every morning since before Springfield existed, and he held it hostage for profit. When Smithers protested, Burns fired him. The man who had devoted his entire adult life to Burns's service, who had organized his entire identity around the act of attending to Burns's needs and protecting Burns's interests, was dismissed, in the same efficient breath Burns used to explain the device. The town gathered. The tension was enormous and real and specific, because the show had spent the entire first episode methodically building the case that every single person in Springfield had been personally wronged by Burns in a way that gave them plausible motive. Homer, who had endured years of being unable to get his own employer to remember his name, who had finally reached a breaking point over this very specific, very personal humiliation. Bart and Lisa, whose school had been gutted. Grandpa Simpson, whose retirement home had been destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, who had lost his job. Tito Puente, the jazz musician whose program had been eliminated. Moe, whose bar was gone. Even Smithers, freshly fired, publicly humiliated, his lifetime of devoted service repaid with dismissal. Multiple characters were shown at the town meeting holding weapons. The atmosphere crackled with the specific electricity of a community that has finally, collectively, had enough. Then Burns collapsed. A gunshot wound. He staggered onto the town's sundial, fell, his hands landing on two specific letters. W and S. Or read from Burns's own perspective as he lay there, M and S. The ambulance took him away. The screen went dark, and America had an entire summer to figure out who pulled the trigger. When the resolution came in September of 1995, the investigation proceeded like a comedic procedural. Smithers confessed almost immediately, which seemed to resolve things quickly, but his confession fell apart when it emerged that he had been blackout drunk on the night of the shooting and had actually shot someone else entirely, a man named Jasper in his wooden leg, at a completely different location. Smithers was innocent, not through absence of motive, but through absence of opportunity. One by one, the other suspects were cleared. Principal Skinner had an alibi. Moe had an alibi. Tito Puente demonstrated what remains one of the greatest alibis in television history. A full musical number performed live in front of witnesses explaining that he had channeled his rage into the composition of a samba instead of an act of violence. The police found a key piece of forensic evidence, an eyelash on Burns's suit. DNA analysis identified it as belonging to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints were found on the gun. He had the strongest motive of anyone. He was arrested. He was about to be convicted. And then Burns woke up from his coma and identified his shooter. It was Maggie. According to Burns, he had encountered the infant in the parking lot after the town meeting, had attempted to take her lollipop, and in the struggle, his gun had fallen from his holster. Maggie had picked it up. The gun had discharged. Burns had been shot. Mystery solved. Except there are problems with this resolution, and they are not minor problems. They are the kind of problems that, in any context other than a cartoon comedy, would constitute sufficient grounds for reopening the case. Let's start with the contest. Fox invited Americans to submit their guesses. Thousands of entries from bodies flooded in, and according to the DVD commentary for the episodes, produced years later, by the people who actually made the show, not a single person in the randomly selected sample of contest entries guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The person who was ultimately given the prize was selected randomly from the pool and, because they had not submitted the correct answer, received a cash payment rather than the promised animation. The writers acknowledged on the commentary that they were aware of exactly one person who had posted the correct answer, Maggie, online on the night of the original broadcast. This person was using a college internet account. By the time the contest concluded and the producers tried to find them, the account was inactive. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about what this means. The show's creators designed a mystery, told the public explicitly that it was solvable from the clues available in Part 1, promoted a national contest around that solvability, and then when the answer was revealed, the correct answer had been guessed by exactly one person out of the thousands who participated. Either the clues were deeply insufficient, the red herrings were more effective than the actual evidence, or the answer did not follow logically from the material presented in the way the show claimed it did. And then there's the sundial clue itself. Burns falls, his hands land on the letters W and S, and the show tells us that this means Maggie Simpson. M for Maggie, S for Simpson, reading from Burns's prone perspective as he lay on the dial looking upward. But Burns himself stated, within the show's own canonical dialogue, that his landing on those specific letters was not intentional. He did not position himself to spell out his attacker's initials. He fell. He fell because he had been shot, and when you are shot, you do not typically arrange your body in a deliberate pattern on the nearest sundial. You fall in whatever direction the physics of the moment dictates. The central piece of evidence used to justify the official verdict was explicitly described by the victim as a coincidence. The man whose hands landed on those letters, the man who was there, told the investigators directly that the positioning was accidental, which means the single most famous clue in the history of the mystery meant nothing, not as a clue and not as confirmation. Then there is the gun. Shortly before the shooting, Burns's holster is shown empty. The gun was not on his person. It had already been taken from him before the attack occurred. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon, which means the shooter was someone who either took the gun from Burns at some earlier point or who encountered the gun on the ground after it had been dropped and used the opportunity that the moment presented. This detail matters for the suspect list because it eliminates, or at least significantly complicates, anyone who came to the town meeting already armed with their own weapon. Most of the angry Springfield residents were shown carrying weapons. But the person who shot Burns did not bring a gun to the meeting. They used his. Which means the shooting was either opportunistic, improvised in the moment when Burns's gun came to be available, or planned by someone who knew specifically that Burns's gun would be accessible and that using it was the method. A baby stumbling on a gun that had fallen to the ground and accidentally discharging it during a struggle is one explanation that fits this framework. But so are a number of other scenarios involving other characters. And then there is what Burns said when he saw his attacker. His words, documented in the episode before the gun discharged, were these: "Oh, it is you. Oh, it is you. Not who are you, not what do you want, not get away from me or help or any of the responses a man might produce when he suddenly finds himself in a dangerous confrontation with a stranger." He said, "Oh, it is you. The way you greet someone you recognize. The way you acknowledge a familiar presence without alarm, without surprise, with merely the mild recognition of a person encountered in an unexpected context." Does Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever interacted with her in any meaningful way prior to this moment? The show does not establish any prior relationship between Burns and the infant. Burns barely manages to remember the name of the man who has worked directly for him for years. The idea that Burns would encounter a baby in a parking lot and respond with the warm, almost casual recognition of, "Oh, it is you," as if greeting someone he knows but did not expect to see here, requires a significant stretch of the imagination. That phrase makes sense if the person Burns saw was someone he knew, someone he had a history with, someone whose appearance in that parking lot, while perhaps surprising, was not the appearance of a complete stranger whose presence required explanation. In season 18, Homer states on camera that he was the one who shot Burns. He just says it, directly, in conversation, without elaborate context or buildup. And nobody responds. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Nobody questions the statement. Nobody does anything at all with the information. Homer Simpson admits to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield, and the show treats the admission like a throwaway line and moves on. Either Homer is lying for reasons that make sense within his character, the casual way he sometimes claims experiences he did not have for the attention they generate, or he is telling the truth. And if he is telling the truth, then the official verdict was wrong. Maggie was not the shooter, Homer was, and a baby spent years carrying the weight of an accusation that belonged to her father. The Marge theory deserves serious consideration here. It is probably the most compelling alternative to the official verdict, and the case for it is surprisingly strong. Marge had watched Burns systematically dismantle every part of Springfield that mattered to her family. The school where her children spent their days had been gutted. Her husband's professional dignity had been stripped away by a man who could not be bothered to learn his name after years of service. Her community had been darkened, literally, by the blocking of the sun. Marge is not typically a violent person, but the show has always been clear that underneath Marge's patience, underneath the endless calm and the blue hair and the willingness to forgive, there is a person who feels things deeply and completely and without the cognitive buffer that dulls Homer's emotional responses. Marge had motive. She had opportunity. She was at the town meeting. And here's the detail that gives the Marge theory its most compelling support. Burns fell in love with Marge. Not a cartoon crush, not a passing infatuation, but a genuine attachment. One that the show dramatized with unusual care and that was never entirely resolved or dismissed. Burns, who cannot remember his employee's name, remembered Marge. Burns, who treats virtually every other human being in Springfield as a resource to be used or an obstacle to be removed, had a specific and personal relationship with Marge Simpson. If Marge was the person in that parking lot, if Marge was the one who encountered Burns after the meeting and the struggle happened and the gun went off, then Burns's decision to wake from his coma and point at the sundial, rather than name his actual attacker, is not confusion or brain damage. It is a choice. A deliberate act of protection. He took the bullet from a woman he cared about, and when he woke up, he made sure the investigation went somewhere that could never result in a conviction. And where better to redirect than toward a baby? Chief Wiggum says it himself, on camera, providing what is essentially an explicit explanation of why Maggie is the perfect person to blame for something, whether she did it or not. No jury in the world would convict a baby. The case closes. The real shooter, if the real shooter is someone other than Maggie, goes free. Maggie was the perfect fall person, an infant who cannot deny the accusation, cannot understand what she is being accused of, cannot be punished for it, and whose guilt, once established, provides a clean resolution that allows everyone involved to stop asking questions. And there is the final shot of the episode, the one that the show wants you to read as confirmation that Maggie did it and knows she did it, but that is capable of a completely different reading. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She looks around carefully, checking her surroundings, and then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show wants you to see a guilty baby reenacting her crime in private the moment the witnesses have left. But watch the sequence again without the verdict preloaded in your mind. What you see is a baby who has been in the room while something happened, who observed an act of violence that she did not commit, and who is now, in the way that very young children process things they do not fully understand, imitating the motion she witnessed. Babies mimic. That is what they do. They observe the world and they reproduce what they see because that is how they learn to understand it. Maggie might not be confessing. She might be remembering. The alternate endings confirm that even the writers were not fully committed to the resolution they landed on. A complete alternate version of the conclusion, in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter, was animated, fully produced, fully voiced. Not a rough cut, not a developmental sketch, but a finished piece of television that told a coherent version of the story with a different answer. This version was shown in a clip show episode hosted by Troy McClure, who dismissed it by explaining that following it would have required ignoring the DNA evidence, which would be, as he puts it, downright nutty. The line is a direct reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, a jury that ignored forensic DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is winking at you. It is telling you, as clearly as it can within the constraints of its own narrative, that evidence can be ignored. That official verdicts do not always reflect what actually happened. That the people with the power to shape a story can use that power to point the story wherever it serves their interests. The greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never solved. It was closed. In Springfield, those are two completely different things. A solved mystery is one where the evidence leads you to the truth. A closed mystery is one where someone with sufficient authority or sufficient motivation decided that the investigation had reached a convenient stopping point. And in a town where the richest man runs everything, where the truth is regularly subordinated to whatever version of events is most comfortable for the people in charge, a closed case is the best most victims are ever going to get. Section 4. Burns's Impossible Immortality. The man who is too expensive to die. There is a question sitting at the center of The Simpsons that the show has been circling for 36 years without ever fully committing to an answer. It is not the most dramatic question in the show's history, and it does not have the narrative urgency of the shooting mystery or the emotional devastation of the coma theory. But it may be, in some ways, the most structurally important question of all. How is Charles Montgomery Burns still alive? This is not a rhetorical question. This is not a setup for a joke about cartoon immortality or the convenient rules of a fictional universe. Within the established internal logic of The Simpsons, within the specific facts and timelines and physical descriptions that the show has accumulated across hundreds of episodes and 36 years, Burns is a medical impossibility. He should not exist. His continued existence defies every principle of human biology, every model of cellular aging, every framework we have for understanding how long a human body can sustain consciousness and function. His birth has been placed, across various episodes, and through various references and historical connections that he makes as though speaking from personal experience, somewhere in the late 19th century. He has described memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has told stories about events from the 1910s as first-hand recollections. He has spoken about working relationships with historical figures who died before the oldest living person in America was born. By the most conservative possible reading of the show's accumulated evidence, Burns is well over 100 years old. By a more liberal reading, accounting for the chronological span of his personal references, he may be considerably older. And this is not a man who merely exists. He is not a historical relic kept alive by machines in a nursing facility somewhere. Burns runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal politics with a sophistication and long-term strategic vision that outpaces every other player in Springfield's civic life. He orchestrates schemes that require sustained cognitive effort, complex planning, and a working understanding of modern technology, modern finance, and modern regulatory law. His body is frail, yet his physical strength is essentially negligible. There are episodes in which a powerful breeze presents a genuine mobility challenge. But his mind is sharp. It is more than sharp. Burns is arguably the most strategically intelligent character in Springfield, operating with a ruthlessness and precision that no other resident comes close to matching. He has been operating at this level for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained cognitive function. The show addresses this directly, though it frames the address as a comedy bit rather than an existential revelation. In the Springfield Files, as we have discussed, Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so extreme that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly one more week. Without it, administered on a precise schedule, he dies. The margin for error in Burns's survival protocol is 0. Miss one treatment, fail to appear for one appointment, and Charles Montgomery Burns ceases to function within 7 days. This is not medicine in any conventional sense. This is maintenance, the scheduled servicing of a biological system that has long since lost the capacity for self-sustaining function. Burns is not alive in the way that a healthy human being is alive, with all the robust and redundant biological processes that normally keep a person going without any particular effort or attention. Burns is alive in the way that a machine is alive. Through ongoing intervention, through the continuous application of resources and expertise that prevent the natural and long overdue process of system failure from completing itself. And the treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who owns the Springfield nuclear power plant, who has spent more than a century in direct and sustained proximity to nuclear material, whose facility has been leaking radioactive contamination into Springfield's environment for as long as he has owned it, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure for his biological survival. Burns is not merely profiting from radiation. He is powered by it. His body has been so thoroughly altered by decades of nuclear proximity that it cannot sustain itself through the biological processes that keep normal humans alive. It requires external radiation input, the way normal life requires oxygen and food. Remove that input and the system collapses. This explains the most famous medical scene in the show's entire run, the one that has been quoted and referenced and laughed at so many times that it has become part of the cultural furniture of anyone who grew up watching The Simpsons. Burns visits a doctor. The doctor conducts an examination. And the doctor's conclusion is that Burns has every disease known to medical science. Every single one. Simultaneously, the show treats this as a joke. Three Stooges syndrome, the doctor calls it. He explains that Burns's diseases are all present in his body at the same time, all attempting simultaneously to progress to the stage at which they would become fatal. And because they are all competing for the same biological resources, they create a kind of gridlock. Each disease is blocked by every other disease. None of them can gain sufficient traction to finish the job because every other illness in his body is equally aggressive, equally advanced, equally determined to be the one that kills him. The doctor concludes that Burns is the sickest person in the United States, but also, paradoxically, functionally indestructible, because everything that should kill him is prevented from doing so by everything else that should kill him. Played for laughs. One of the most quoted scenes in the series. But apply the radiation framework to it, and the comedy dissolves into something considerably darker. Burns's body is not maintaining this extraordinary disease equilibrium through any natural process. Natural processes do not work this way. Diseases do not compete with each other into a stable stalemate in ordinary human biology. What the doctor is observing is not a natural phenomenon. It is the result of Burns's weekly radiation treatments. The treatments do not cure his diseases. They do not even treat them in any conventional medical sense. What they do is manage the equilibrium, hold every illness in perfect stasis, prevent any single condition from accumulating sufficient biological advantage to break through the gridlock, and do what all of them, individually, have more than enough strength to accomplish. Burns's body is essentially a nuclear reactor. The treatments are the control rods that prevent a meltdown. Pull the rods out and every reaction that was being suppressed surges forward simultaneously. The result would not be gradual decline, it would be catastrophic, simultaneous system failure. Which is why Smithers is not simply a devoted assistant. Not simply a man whose years of service and complicated feelings about his employer have produced an attachment that borders on the obsessive. Smithers is the most important person in Burns's physical survival protocol. He is the logistics manager of a medical maintenance schedule that keeps a more-than-century-old man alive through the continuous administration of treatments that no other person in Springfield understands or has access to. He knows the schedule. He knows the doses. He knows the facilities and the physicians and the specific sequences of intervention that keep Burns's disease equilibrium from collapsing. The show has established, repeatedly and without ambiguity, that if Smithers were ever removed from his position, if he left, or was fired, or became incapacitated, Burns would be helpless. Not emotionally helpless, not professionally disadvantaged. Physically helpless in the specific sense that, without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns would miss a dose, and the clock would start, and in 7 days, one of the most powerful people in Springfield's history would be dead. This means that Smithers' famous and much-discussed devotion to Burns is not purely emotional. It is structural. He is devoted because he is the only person who knows enough to keep Burns alive, and he knows that his absence is a death sentence. The relationship is not simply one of complicated loyalty. It is one of mutual biological dependence, with Burns dependent on Smithers for survival, and Smithers dependent on the role for the sense of purpose and identity that the role provides. Burns's connection to historical events adds another dimension to the immortality question. The show has placed him, across dozens of episodes, in personal proximity to an extraordinary range of historical moments. He attended Yale. He served in World War II, though the nature of his service raises questions that the show is smart enough not to answer directly. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and kept it hidden for decades. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as a historical period he learned about, but as a time he personally experienced. He knew Howard Hughes. His family wealth predates the Industrial Revolution, and his family, the Burns dynasty, is described as extending back centuries. The show depicts the Burns family tree as one of the oldest and most consistently powerful lineages in American history. They were not merely wealthy. They were the specific kind of wealthy that shapes the infrastructure of nations, that builds the systems other people are required to use and then charges them for the privilege, that exists so far above the ordinary mechanisms of civic accountability that the concept of legal consequence becomes something that applies to other people. Burns inherited this dynasty. He has been extending it and maintaining it for over a century. He did not build an empire, he took control of one that was already ancient. And the question the show never directly answers, the one it edges toward and then retreats from without committing, is whether Burns is unique. Whether his family has always found ways to extend individual lifespans beyond the normal biological limit. Before nuclear radiation, before the specific medical treatments that currently keep him functional, did earlier Burns patriarchs employ other means? The dynasty has maintained continuous control over its fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity, that unbroken chain of concentrated power across generations, requires either extraordinary luck or extraordinary measures. And luck, across that span of time, strains credibility. The Burns immortality question ultimately resolves into something simpler and more troubling than the mystery of his individual survival. Burns has spent more than a century building a closed system. Every dollar he has ever spent, every institution he has ever corrupted, every politician he has ever purchased, every doctor he has ever retained with resources that would not be available to any ordinary patient. All of it serves one purpose: keep the treatments coming, keep the diseases balanced, aid, keep the reactor of his biological survival running. Because if Burns dies, if the treatments stop, if the equilibrium collapses, his empire dies with him. And empires do not allow themselves to die. Springfield needs Burns. The town's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the treatments. The treatments depend on the wealth infrastructure that Burns spent a century building. It is a closed loop, perfectly self-sustaining, a system where the man and the machine and the money all feed each other in an endless cycle that Springfield cannot disrupt without dismantling the thing it depends on for its own survival. Springfield cannot kill Burns because Springfield cannot survive without Burns. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system he built would finally have to answer for what it has done to the people living inside it. He is not immortal. He is something worse. He is too expensive to die. And Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 5. The Secret Life of Maggie Simpson, the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace. Maggie Simpson does not talk. She does not walk reliably. She communicates through pacifier sounds and the occasional deliberate stare that carries more meaning than most full sentences from the adults around her. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She is small enough to fit in her father's arm. She is young enough that the world treats her as furniture, as background, as the baby who is always present but never quite requiring attention, because babies do not require the kind of attention you give to people who are doing things. And in that time, without saying a word, she has done more than every other member of her family combined. She shot a man, not accidentally, not as a tragic mischance, but with the deliberate or semi-deliberate precision of someone whose hand found a weapon and made a choice in the moment that choice was available. She led a rebellion inside a daycare facility against a tyrannical caretaker, organizing a room full of other infants into a coordinated act of resistance using nothing but gestures and the specific force of her personality. She has saved her family from life-threatening situations in multiple episodes, often in the background without any of the adults around her ever fully registering what she did. She has been tested and found to possess intelligence that falls outside the range of standard measurement tools. She has done all of this while maintaining the single most effective disguise available to any person in Springfield. She is a baby, and nobody suspects a baby. Let's start with the shooting, because even though we have examined the mystery from the perspective of the investigation, we have not yet examined it from the perspective of the shooter's inner life. And Maggie's inner life, whether she pulled that trigger or not, is the most interesting and least examined landscape in the entire show. The final shot of the Who Shot Mr. Burns resolution is a sequence the show intends as a confirmation. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She looks around the space with deliberate care, checking each part of it, satisfying herself that no one remains who is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a slow, careful motion that mirrors exactly the action of pulling a trigger. The show wants this to read as confession. The baby did it, she knows she did it, and in the privacy of an empty room, she reenacts it because that is the natural behavior of a guilty conscience processing an act of violence. But here's the alternative reading. What Maggie demonstrates in that sequence is not the impulsive, unreflective behavior of an infant who has done something without understanding it. What she demonstrates is a precise sequence of actions that requires several cognitive capacities that normal infants do not possess. She looks around first. She checks that she is alone before she does the thing, which means she knows that doing the thing in front of others would have consequences. She scans the room systematically, not randomly, because the scan is purposeful and directed and conducted by someone who understands why the scan is necessary. That is not infant behavior. That is adult reasoning in a 1-year-old body. And then she performs the motion, slowly, deliberately, not in the quick, distracted, half-attentive way that babies mimic things, in the thoughtful way of someone replaying something, processing something, trying to understand something that happened in front of her. If Maggie witnessed the shooting, if she was present in that parking lot and saw an adult take Burns's gun and fire it, then what she is doing in that empty room is not confession. It is memory. It is a baby working through the cognitive residue of having been a witness to an act of violence, the way very young children process difficult experiences by replaying them in safe contexts. She checked to make sure she was alone before replaying it, because she understood, at whatever level of consciousness is available to her, that the adults in her life would misread the replay as admission. She was right. Now let's look at The Longest Daycare. This is the theatrical short film released in 2012, screened before the film Ice Age, Continental Drift. It was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film. It is 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson demonstrating a level of cognitive function that would be extraordinary in an adult, and is, in an infant, simply incomprehensible. The setup is simple. Maggie is dropped off at a daycare facility run with the institutional efficiency of a minor bureaucratic dictatorship. The Ayn Rand School for Tots sorts children on arrival by IQ, and Maggie, at whatever incomprehensible level her intelligence registers, is placed in a room with the other high performers. Inside the facility, she discovers a caterpillar preparing to become a butterfly. She wants to protect it. Another baby, a bully named Gerald, wants to destroy it. What follows is a miniature film in which Maggie outmaneuvers the bully, outwits the daycare staff, navigates the facility's security measures, and ultimately succeeds in getting the butterfly safely outside and into the world. She does all of this without speaking a single word. She does it through observation, planning, improvisation in real time, and a form of adaptive problem solving that most adults struggle to access under pressure. She reads the environment. She catalogs the threats and the resources available to her. She develops a strategy that accounts for multiple variables simultaneously, for what the bully will do, for what the staff will do, for the physical layout of the facility and the timing of adult attention and the weight of available objects and the specific mechanics of the security systems she needs to defeat. She builds a multi-step plan and she executes it, adjusting in real time when variables change, maintaining the primary objective through every setback and complication. Her body cannot keep up with her mind. She falls. She stumbles. She crawls when she needs to run. The physical constraints of a one-year-old body present constant obstacles to a cognitive apparatus that is operating at a level that body was not designed to support. And she succeeds anyway, because her intelligence does not merely compensate for her physical limitations. It renders those limitations irrelevant. Every choice she makes is the correct choice. Every move she makes is optimal. She does not fumble toward solutions. She identifies them. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly on multiple occasions, and the results, while they vary by episode and are never consistent in their specific claims, are unanimous in their implication. Maggie's cognitive function is not merely above average. It is not merely exceptional. It registers in the range where standard measurement tools lose their usefulness, where you have moved past what the test was designed to capture into a territory that the test cannot map. And she is quiet about it. She is strategically, deliberately, architecturally quiet about it. Here is the theory at the center of Maggie's story, the one that every piece of the evidence above is building toward. Maggie's silence is not developmental delay. It is not the result of limited cognitive development or an absence of language acquisition, or any of the normal explanations for why a child her age is not speaking. Maggie's silence is a conscious strategic decision made by a mind intelligent enough to have observed the rewards and consequences of visibility in Springfield, and to have concluded that invisibility is the more powerful position. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. She is, by the measures available within the show's universe, the most academically gifted and intellectually capable member of the family, possibly of the whole of Springfield. She has an IQ that would be remarkable in any adult and is practically alien in an 8-year-old child. She plays saxophone at a level that professional musicians would respect. She understands science, literature, ethics, politics, and environmental science at a depth that makes her a genuinely unusual person anywhere she goes. And what has that intelligence gotten her? Isolation, mockery, the specific loneliness of being the smartest person in a room that is actively hostile to intelligence. Lisa speaks and gets ignored. Lisa challenges the consensus and gets punished for the challenge. Lisa attempts to improve the world around her, to make it more honest, more just, more intellectually engaged, and she gets crushed by the accumulated weight of a community that has decided, collectively, that improvement is more threatening than comfortable stagnation. Lisa's intelligence is her defining quality and, as Springfield has made clear across 36 years of episodes, her defining disadvantage. Because she wears it on the outside, she announces it. She does not know how to be intelligent quietly. Maggie watched all of this. Maggie has been watching all of this since she was born. She watched her sister fight every single day for recognition, for respect, for the right to be taken seriously by the people around her, and she watched the outcome of those fights. She watched the smartest person in the family be consistently undervalued, repeatedly dismissed, perpetually lonely in a household and a community that rewards the performance of ordinariness and punishes anyone who makes the mistake of demonstrating what they are actually capable of. And Maggie learned something, not what Lisa learned, which was to keep fighting regardless of the personal cost, to hold the line for honesty and intelligence even when every social force in Springfield was pushing in the opposite direction. Maggie learned a different lesson, the opposite lesson. the one that follows logically from watching the same experiment run with the same result enough times to establish a reliable pattern. Silence is power. Not speaking means not being dismissed for what you say. Not being visible means not being targeted. The less they notice you, the more freedom you have to observe, to plan, to act. The more completely you fit the expectations they already carry, the more room you have in the spaces they are not watching. Springfield does not watch the baby. Springfield watches Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa. Springfield watches the noise, the conflict, the performance, the spectacle. And in the background, behind the pacifier, and the wide eyes and the carefully maintained performance of helpless infancy, Maggie watches Springfield. Think about the structure of every significant thing Maggie has ever done. She shot Burns. She organized the daycare rebellion. She saved her family from multiple threats. Every single one of these acts happened in a space that the adults around her were not monitoring carefully. Because nobody monitors the baby carefully. The baby is furniture. The baby is background. The baby does not require the kind of sustained attention that adults give to things they consider agents, things that might do something. Maggie has ensured, through the sustained performance of exactly what everyone expects a baby to be, quiet, passive, helpless, dependent, that nobody ever looks at her closely enough to see what is actually there. She is none of those things. She is the opposite of all of them. She is the most cognitively capable member of the Simpson family, operating behind the most effective possible cover, with a planning horizon and a strategic patience that nobody in Springfield would credit to a 1-year-old. Now connect this to the radiation theory. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates mutations, and if those mutations distribute differently across individuals, then Maggie represents the far end of a spectrum that runs from destruction to amplification. Homer's mutation reduced his cognitive function to the point of clinical disability. His brain was damaged in specific ways by the combination of environmental radiation exposure and, perhaps, by interventions that ensured the damage was maintained. Maggie's mutation did the opposite. The same environmental conditions, the same contaminated water and irradiated air, the same genetic vulnerability modulated by whatever the plant has done to Springfield's human population. But where Homer's brain was reduced, Maggie's was amplified. To a level that can't be properly measured because the tools available to measure it weren't designed with this possibility in mind. Homer and Maggie are the two ends of what radiation does in Springfield. He is what it takes away. She is what it gives. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's intelligence takes on a meaning that goes past conspiracy and into the territory of something almost unbearably tender. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode since April of 1993 is the product of an unconscious mind trying to hold on to the people it loves, then Maggie's genius is not a radiation mutation. It is not a strategic choice by a preternaturally aware infant. It is Homer's deepest prayer for his youngest child projected onto the dream. He cannot see her grow up. He cannot watch her become whoever she is going to become. He cannot hear her first real sentences, or watch her walk confidently across a room, or learn what kind of person she is going to be. In the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He makes her capable of things that no baby could actually do. He makes her invulnerable in a specific way, armored against the world by an intelligence so complete and so far beyond anyone's expectations that she will be okay even without him there to protect her. Her genius is a father's answer to a question he cannot stop asking, in the darkness of his coma and the dream that fills the darkness. Will she be okay without me? The dream answers yes. She will be more than okay. She is already extraordinary. She is already the most capable person on Evergreen Terrace. She just hasn't decided what to do about it yet. And that last part, the not yet, is the thing that makes Maggie the most genuinely unresolved mystery in the entire show. Because the show has never told us what Maggie is waiting for. We have seen what she is capable of. We have seen her act when the moment requires action, with a precision and effectiveness that makes the adults around her look slow. We have seen her save the day, prevent the catastrophe, protect the butterfly, face down the bully, watch the man she may or may not have shot taken away in an ambulance. And then she returns to the pacifier, returns to the silence, returns to the patient performance of infancy, watching and waiting and processing, with that characteristic wide-eyed calm that looks like blankness if you do not know what to look for, and looks like something else entirely if you do. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot speak beyond a few distinct sounds that the people around her have mostly stopped paying attention to. And she is, by any honest accounting of the evidence, the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace. She just hasn't decided what to do about it yet. And maybe that is the most frightening thing about her, not what she has done, but what she is waiting to do behind the pacifier, behind those enormous eyes, behind 36 years of deliberate, strategic, architecturally maintained silence. Something is thinking. Something is planning. Something is watching the family, watching the town, watching the world, with an intelligence that nobody suspects and an agenda that nobody knows. And when Maggie Simpson finally decides to act, when she finally breaks the silence and reveals what she has been carrying behind that expression of blank and benign infancy, Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will, because that is exactly how she designed it. Section 6, The Simpsons Predictions, How a Cartoon Rewrote the Future. Let's get the big ones out of the way first. In the year 2000, the episode called Bart to the Future depicted a future version of America in which Lisa Simpson had become President of the United States. The episode's premise required a history of the presidency that preceded Lisa's inauguration, and in describing that history, the show identified Lisa's predecessor in the Oval Office as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 presidential election. 16 years. The internet, when this connection was made, treated it as evidence of something extraordinary. Screenshots circulated, clips went viral among people who had not watched the show in years, among people who had never particularly followed it, among people who did not even consider themselves fans, but who found themselves pausing on this specific data point and feeling the particular discomfort that comes when the distance between fiction and reality collapses in ways you were not prepared for. How did they know? It is a natural question. It is the question that drove millions of shares and thousands of breathless articles and an ongoing cultural conversation about whether The Simpsons is, in some meaningful sense, a prophetic text, a document that tells us things about the future before the future has happened to tell us itself. And the list is long enough that asking the question feels reasonable. In a 1995 episode, the show depicted a wrist-mounted communication device that bears a striking resemblance to a modern smartwatch. In a 1998 episode, Homer encounters a mathematical equation that appears to anticipate, with remarkable precision, a calculation that would later be used to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, a result that would not be confirmed experimentally until 2012. In a 1999 episode, Homer proposes a theory about the universe being shaped like a donut, a torus, and years later cosmologists found patterns in cosmic microwave background radiation that suggested the universe's topology might indeed be toroidal. In a 1993 episode called Margin Chains, a flu virus originating in Asia spreads to Springfield, causing mass panic, public fear, and a frantic search for treatment or cure, 27 years before a respiratory virus originating in China did the same thing to the entire world. In a 1996 episode, Homer Palooza, the show depicts a scenario in which the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra while under the influence, playing the booking as an absurdist joke about the unlikely collision of two worlds that would never normally intersect. In 2024, 28 years after the episode aired, Cypress Hill actually performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years between the joke and the reality. In a 1998 episode, the show depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox, at the time one of the major independent studios in Hollywood. In 2019, Disney completed exactly that acquisition. The show made this joke at a time when Fox was actually the parent company of The Simpsons, which adds a layer of corporate irony that feels almost too perfect to have happened by accident. In multiple episodes across multiple seasons, the show depicted video calling technology before FaceTime and Zoom existed, depicted autocorrect errors before autocorrect existed, and depicted a culture of pervasive surveillance and data collection before the post-Snowden era made these topics part of everyday civic conversation. The list goes on, and every time a new item is added to it, every time another episode is identified that appears to have gotten something right about the future, the cultural response follows the same pattern. Amazement, discomfort. The question, asked with varying degrees of seriousness, of whether there is something stranger going on here than coincidence can explain. The official answer from the people who make the show is blunt and, on its face, entirely reasonable. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer on The Simpsons since its earliest seasons, and who has been the show's showrunner for much of its recent history, has addressed the prediction phenomenon directly on multiple occasions. His explanation reduces to a single principle. If you throw enough darts, some of them are going to hit the bullseye. That is it. That is the core of the official position. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, observations, satirical riffs, and cultural extrapolations. When you generate that volume of content over that span of time, some of it is going to line up with future events through sheer statistical probability. The law of large numbers, applied to television comedy? Bill Oakley, who was responsible for the show during several of its peak creative seasons, put it even more plainly. Most of what looks like prediction is coincidence, he explained, because the episodes are old enough that history tends to repeat itself. The same patterns come around again. The same dynamics reassert themselves. And when something in a 30-year-old episode resonates with something happening now, it is usually because the underlying conditions that generated the episode's joke are the same conditions that generated the current event. Fact-checking organizations have examined the most famous predictions and found in many cases explanations considerably more mundane than prophecy. The Trump prediction did not emerge from nowhere. Trump had been publicly and openly floating the idea of running for president since the late 1980s. He was a known cultural figure, a reality television personality, a brand name, a person whose relationship with celebrity and power was already a subject of cultural commentary years before. The Simpsons made him the joke answer to the question of who might precede the first female president. The writers did not predict Trump. They observed that Trump had been positioning himself as a presidential figure for years, extended that trajectory to its logical, absurd conclusion, and wrote it down. The Disney-Fox prediction emerged from a media landscape in which consolidation was already an accelerating trend, in which the major studios were already being swallowed by larger corporate entities, in which the direction of travel was clear to anyone paying attention. The smartwatch joke emerged from an era in which technology was visibly getting smaller and more personal, and the wrist was an obvious location for the next generation of portable devices. The writers did not predict smartwatches. They extrapolated from what was already happening. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been among the most educated in television. Multiple writers across its history have held graduate degrees from Harvard, Yale, and other institutions with deep traditions in mathematics, science, and political theory. These are people who spend their professional lives studying American culture, analyzing its patterns, understanding its dynamics, and then pushing those dynamics to their satirical limits. They are, by any fair assessment, brilliant and well-informed observers of the world they live in. Their so-called predictions are not predictions. They are the result of paying close attention to the present and imagining where it is heading. All of this is true. All of this is the correct and sensible and intellectually honest explanation for the prediction phenomenon, and there is no particular reason to doubt it. But some of the coincidences are so specific, so precise, so detailed in their alignment with future events, that statistical probability alone starts to feel like it is carrying too much explanatory weight. The Trump prediction did not just say a celebrity might run for president someday. It specified Trump by name, depicted him in a context that anticipated specific visual details of his later campaign. The Siegfried and Roy episode did not just make a vague joke about exotic animal performers. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers, in a scenario that aligns with uncomfortable specificity to the incident in 2003 when Roy Horn was critically injured by one of their act's white tigers. And then there is the meta theory. The one that reframes the entire conversation and is, I would argue, more interesting and more genuinely important than any specific instance of apparent prediction. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future. Not through magic, not through some mysterious access to information about events that have not yet occurred. Through cultural influence. Through the specific, enormous 36-year-long impact of being the most deeply embedded piece of American television comedy in history. Consider what it means for a show to run as long as The Simpsons has run. Consider the number of people who watched it during its peak years in the 1990s, when it was not just a television show but a cultural event, a shared reference point, a text that people quoted to each other and built community around and used to signal that they understood something about the world that maybe other people did not. Consider the way those people carried the show's observations and jokes and satirical framings with them as they grew up, as they became voters and consumers and citizens and parents, and people who shaped the culture themselves. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president in the year 2000, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. It is seen by millions of people. It becomes a reference point. It makes the idea of a Trump presidency feel not real, not likely, but familiar, recognizable. A thing that has been named, that has been articulated as a concept, that has been given a form in people's imaginations. And when the idea becomes real, when the concept materializes into an actual event, the cultural response is not pure shock. It is recognition. We have been here before. The Simpsons already did this. The show's satire does not forecast the future. It normalizes the future. It takes trends that are already in motion, dynamics that are already operating, trajectories that are already visible to anyone looking carefully, and it presents them as accomplished facts. And when those facts eventually materialize years or decades later, the audience experiences something that feels like prophecy, because it feels like recognition. But recognition is not prophecy. Recognition is the result of having been culturally prepared. Springfield does not reflect America. Not anymore. The relationship has reversed. America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and we stared into it so consistently, so thoroughly, so completely, that we started to resemble what we saw. The nuclear power plant and the corrupt billionaire and the incompetent safety inspector and the population, too distracted to notice how systematically it is being exploited, and the endless cycle of catastrophe followed by reset, followed by another catastrophe that everyone has already forgotten. These are not predictions of where America might be going. They are descriptions of where America already was. The show wrote it down first, and we kept making it true. But here is the final piece of this puzzle, the one that makes the entire prediction phenomenon feel genuinely strange, even once you have accepted the statistical and cultural explanations. The Simpsons has also been wrong, thousands of times. The show has made jokes about jetpacks that we still do not have. It has depicted moon colonies that remain fictional. It has predicted political outcomes that went the opposite direction, cultural shifts that never materialized, technologies that were never developed. The show has been incorrect far more often than it has been correct. The ratio is not remotely close, but nobody screenshots the misses. Nobody shares the clips where The Simpsons got it wrong. Nobody builds cultural mythology around the predictions that failed. Because confirmation bias only works in one direction. We remember the hits and forget everything else. And when you apply the most powerful confirmation bias engine ever invented, which is the internet and its capacity to circulate and amplify exactly the content that feels most remarkable and most surprising, to a dataset of nearly 800 episodes containing thousands of satirical observations about American culture, you end up with a highlight reel that looks, from the outside, exactly like prophecy. It is not prophecy. It is mathematics. The Simpsons wrote so many possible futures that some of them were bound to come true. And the ones that came true are the only ones anyone remembers. But try telling that to someone the next time a clip from 1997 surfaces that lines up with something in the headlines of 2025, 2026, 2030, whenever you are watching this. Because even knowing how the trick works, even understanding the statistics and the confirmation bias and the cultural influence machine, it is still striking when it happens. Still produces that particular feeling of reality shifting slightly under your feet. Still makes you pause and look at the clip again and feel, for just a moment, as though this cartoon from 3 decades ago knows something that it should not know. 800 episodes, 36 years, thousands of satirical observations about the place America is and the places it could go, and enough bullseyes to make even the show's own creators pause and wonder if maybe, just maybe, they know something they should not. Section 7. Mona Simpson and the Burns Conspiracy. 3 generations broken by one man's grudge. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. That was the established fact of Homer's family history, accepted without question, integrated into the narrative without elaboration, treated as simply one of the background conditions of his life. His mother had died when he was young, Abe had told him. There was a grave. Homer mourned, in whatever capacity Homer is capable of sustained mourning, and he grew up believing that he was a boy whose mother had died before he was old enough to build real memories of her. This belief shaped everything about Homer Simpson. His desperate, almost frantic need for love and approval from the people around him. His clinginess toward Marge, the specific quality of his attachment to her, which goes past normal spousal affection, into something that looks more like the attachment of someone who cannot fully trust that love is permanent, who grabs onto it when it is there with the particular grip of someone who has already experienced its disappearance. His terror of abandonment, his compulsive need to be liked, to be approved of, to be included, even by people who treat him badly. His willingness to endure humiliation and degradation from his employer, rather than risk the economic and social destabilization that quitting would bring. His inability to stand alone in any meaningful sense, to position himself as an independent agent rather than a dependent one. Homer Simpson's entire personality, seen through this lens, is a coping mechanism. A complex and multi-layered and often unconscious set of behavioral adaptations to a wound that was inflicted when he was too young to understand it, and that has never been addressed, never been treated, never been named directly. He is a man whose foundational experience of the world was abandonment. Not abandonment in the gentle sense of gradual drift or grown apart. Abandonment in the absolute sense. Present one morning, gone the next. No explanation, no goodbye. A grave with someone else's name on it. And then, in Season 7, the show revealed that the foundation of Homer's grief was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired on November 19th, 1995, and it is, by widespread consensus among people who have watched the show across its history, one of the greatest individual episodes the series ever produced. Not because of its jokes, though it has them. Not because of its absurdity, though that is present too. Because of what it is willing to do emotionally. Because of how honestly it goes to the place it goes to. Here is what happens. Homer, in a scheme to avoid working on a Saturday, fakes his own death and pushes a dummy off a cliff near the power plant. The town briefly believes he has died. When Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records and correct the official record, Homer discovers something that changes everything. According to the municipal records, his mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was not his mother's grave. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe Simpson had been directing his son to a famous writer's headstone and allowing him to believe it was his mother's burial site for his entire life. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, where she has been visiting what she believes is her son's grave, mourning a man who is actually standing in front of her. She does not recognize him at first because he has changed. He has grown into a person she did not get to watch become. But when he proves who he is, there is a reunion that is among the most genuinely moving scenes in The Simpsons' history. And then Mona tells him why she left. The story goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife. She was married to Abe. She had a young son named Homer who was still small enough to need her in the way that very young children need their parents, completely, without reservation, with the total trust that precedes the ability to imagine alternatives. She was ordinary, unremarkable, living a quiet life in Springfield while the world outside burned through its most turbulent decade. And then something changed in her. The show depicts it with the combination of comedy and genuine weight that characterizes its best work. Mona was radicalized. She joined a group of activists, hippies by the show's description, people with a cause and a willingness to act on it. And their cause was not abstract. They had identified something specific and concrete and genuinely monstrous happening in their community, and they had decided to do something about it. The target was a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Let that settle for a moment. Mr. Burns, the man who owns the nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations, the man who has been slowly poisoning Springfield through negligence and greed for his entire ownership of the facility, also owned a facility in Springfield specifically designed to manufacture biological weapons, weapons-grade pathogens, diseases engineered for deployment against human populations. In the same town where Homer Simpson was growing up, where children were playing in parks and families were eating dinner, and people were living ordinary lives in comfortable ignorance, Charles Montgomery Burns was cooking up diseases in a laboratory down the road. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device designed to destroy the biological material stored inside the facility without releasing it. The raid was successful. The pathogens were destroyed. The weapons program was, for the moment at least, disrupted. And Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. A reflex. A human impulse that transcended the urgency of the escape. She stopped to help someone who had fallen because stopping to help someone who has fallen is what decent people do. And the person she stopped to help was Mr. Burns. Burns looked up. Burns saw her face. Burns memorized it. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving, because explaining would have put him and Abe in danger. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping, and she disappeared into the night. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. He was a small child. He could not understand absence at the level required to process what had happened. He only knew that his mother, who had been there when he fell asleep, was not there when he woke up. And then his father told him she was dead. And the death was made real with a grave. And the grief was made permanent with a story that had no space for hope. She did not leave. She died. Dead people do not come back. Dead people are simply gone. Homer spent the next 27 years carrying a grief that was built on a lie. Not just grieving his mother, but grieving himself. Grieving the version of himself that he might have been if the loss had not happened. Grieving the foundation that was removed before he was old enough to understand what foundations are or what their removal means for everything built on top of them. Now here is where the conspiracy takes shape. Because what the Mother Simpson episode reveals is not simply a tragic family history. It is an architecture of harm, a design. Burns did not just react to Mona's raid by reporting her to the authorities and moving on. He pursued her, actively, for decades. He held a personal grudge against a woman who had disrupted one operation in an empire of operations, and he maintained that grudge with a consistency that borders on obsession. He used his resources, his connections, his reach into institutional systems, his influence over the people who run those systems, to ensure that Mona could never safely return to Springfield, could never safely return to her family, could never safely return to the son she had kissed goodbye in the dark. When Mona finally returns to Springfield in Season 7, Burns spots her almost immediately, through a cab window. He sees her face, the face he memorized in that lab. In 1969, and he makes a phone call, and the FBI arrives at the Simpson house, and Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. And this time he is conscious for it. This time he knows why she is leaving. This time he knows who is behind it. He knows that the man who signs his paychecks is the same man who has spent nearly 3 decades ensuring that his mother cannot come home. And Homer does not connect the dots. He does not confront Burns. He does not walk into his employer's office and say, "The man who took my mother from me, the man who destroyed my childhood, the man whose grudge has followed my family across 3 decades, is you." He does not quit. He does not take any action at all that would reflect an understanding of the specific and monstrous relationship between his own suffering and the person who caused it. This is not played as a joke. It is played as tragedy. Because Homer Simpson is not capable of making this connection. His brain does not work this way. The crayon, the radiation, the decades of cognitive erosion have left him unable to integrate information across the spans of time and abstraction that this connection requires. He can feel the loss. He can grieve his mother. But he cannot build the architecture that would allow him to understand why she was lost and to identify the person responsible. And that is the final layer of the conspiracy. Burns did not just ruin Mona's life. He engineered Homer's. By driving Mona away when Homer was a child, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up with a specific and predictable set of psychological vulnerabilities. The desperate need for approval, the terror of abandonment, the inability to challenge authority figures because authority figures are the closest available substitute for the paternal and maternal stability he never had. The willingness to endure degradation, because enduring is what you do when the alternative is losing what little you have. Burns needed a certain kind of employee. He needed someone who would sit in a safety-critical position without ever using that position to actually impose safety standards. Someone who would show up every day, accept a paycheck, and not ask questions. Someone whose psychological architecture was specifically suited to compliant, unquestioning service. Someone who had been shaped, before they were old enough to choose, into exactly the profile Burns required. Homer did not end up at the power plant by accident. He was cultivated for it. The show confirms this in a revelation about a deal made between Burns and Grandpa Simpson. Burns had committed a crime, and Abe Simpson had discovered it, and the knowledge of that crime was enough leverage to extract a guarantee. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns promised that Homer would always have a job at the plant, no matter what he did, no matter how many mistakes he made, no matter how many times the ordinary rules of employment accountability should have resulted in his termination. 742 documented errors. Homer was never fired because he was contractually protected, not by law, not by union negotiation, but by a private arrangement between his father and the man who had destroyed his family. Homer's job security was not a cartoon convenience. It was a transaction. A piece of leverage turned into a guarantee, maintained in secret, never explained to Homer because explaining it would mean explaining everything else. Would mean telling Homer that his father knew Burns had a motive to harm his family and traded his silence for Homer's employment rather than using it to demand justice. 3 generations of the Simpson family broken by one man's decision to pursue a grudge. Mona radicalized by the truth of what Burns was doing in Springfield, then expelled from her life for trying to stop it. Abe forced into complicity, trading silence for security, burying the truth to protect the family he had left. Homer inheriting the consequences of both, shaped by the absence his mother's forced departure created, employed by the man who created it, too damaged to understand the architecture of his own suffering. And Burns at the center of it all, having won. Having gotten exactly what he needed from every member of the Simpson family. Their labor, their silence, their compliance, their ignorance. The full suite of what a man with his specific requirements needs from the community he controls. Mona died in a later season. Her death scene is quiet in the way that genuinely felt things tend to be quiet in art. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew leave for the last time. No joke interrupts the moment. No cutaway saves it from its weight. Just a man and his mother and the particular, irreplaceable weight of 27 years that were taken from both of them. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has been a comedy for 36 seasons. But underneath every joke, underneath every gag, underneath every moment of Homer falling and getting up and falling again, there is this. A family that was systematically, deliberately broken by one man's power. 3 generations of people whose lives were shaped by damage they did not choose and could not undo, living in a town that could not protect them and working for the man who harmed them. Mona fought and lost everything. Abe made a deal with the person responsible and buried the truth. Homer inherited the consequences without ever being allowed to understand them. And Burns won. Burns always wins. In Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules say Homer Simpson will work at the power plant until the end, because his grandfather made a deal, because his mother made a choice, because the richest man in town needed a specific kind of broken man in Sector 7G, and Homer was broken before he ever clocked in. Section 8, Where is Springfield? The Geography of Denial. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More Americans can place Springfield on a mental map than can name the capital of half the actual states in the country. The town has a nuclear power plant, a gorge, a tire fire that has been burning for decades, a harbor, a monorail, a prison, two hospitals, a quick E-Mart, and a mystery. It has mountains and oceans and deserts and farmland and forests, often within reasonable driving distance of each other. It borders Ohio and Nevada and Maine and Kentucky, depending on which episode you happen to be watching. It is on the coast. It is in the heartland. It is near the Canadian border. It is near Mexico. It has weather patterns that range from blizzards to tropical heat events within a single calendar year. Springfield does not exist in any single state because Springfield exists in all of them simultaneously. For 36 years, the show has been deliberately and consistently contradicting itself about where Springfield is located. Every time a piece of evidence appears that seems to narrow the possibilities, another piece of evidence emerges to expand them again. In one episode, the geography clearly places Springfield in the northern United States. In another, it just as clearly belongs to the South. The state abbreviation, when shown, uses NT, which corresponds to no real state. When Homer calls the state capital, the voice on the other end confirms not only that the state begins with a vowel, narrowing the field from 50 to a handful while leaving the question essentially open. The show teases answers and snatches them away. Over and over, across hundreds of episodes and 3.5 decades, in what has become one of the most sustained and deliberate exercises in narrative misdirection in television history. Matt Groening, the show's creator, addressed this directly in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He acknowledged that he named Springfield after Springfield, Oregon. He grew up near the city. He chose the name because it is one of the most common city names in America, present in dozens of states, carrying no single geographic identity, belonging everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. For approximately 48 hours after the interview was published, the mystery appeared to be solved. Springfield was in Oregon. The creator had confirmed it. Case closed. And then the show continued. Episodes aired that placed Springfield in geographic contexts incompatible with Oregon's climate, terrain, and regional characteristics. The writers did not honor Groening's confession. They kept the contradiction alive because the contradiction is the point. Because the mystery, maintained with such consistent and deliberate care across such an extraordinary span of time, serves a purpose that goes well beyond the mechanics of keeping fan communities occupied. On the surface level, the explanation is clear and intentional and acknowledged by the people who make the show. Springfield is designed to be universal. It is designed to be every American town, no specific American town. To feel familiar to a viewer in Maine and equally familiar to a viewer in California, because it contains elements of both without committing to either. The geographic ambiguity is a tool for maximizing the show's emotional reach across the entire country. This is true. And it is not the whole story. Because under the frameworks we have been developing throughout this video, Springfield's geographic impossibility takes on dimensions that are considerably more interesting than intentional design philosophy. If the radiation theory is correct, if the Springfield nuclear power plant has been altering the biology of everyone in this town for decades, if the contamination has moved outward from the plant's cooling towers and waste disposal sites and cracked pipes and leaking systems, and affected not just the people but the animals, the fish, the dogs, the entire living ecosystem of the surrounding environment, why should the effect stop at biological systems? Why should the space around Springfield, the physical geography, the topology of the land, be exempt from the kinds of warping and distortion that the same contamination has produced in everything else? Maybe Springfield has both mountains and oceans in the same episode because the radiation does not just affect biology. Maybe it affects space. Maybe the contamination has compressed geographic features that should be hundreds of miles apart into the impossible proximity that Springfield's map implies. Maybe the same plant that gave Homer his impossible resilience and Maggie her impossible intelligence and Blinky his impossible third eye has done something to the land itself, to the physical space of the town, that makes normal geographic relationships inapplicable. A contamination zone with warped biology and warped geography. A place where the normal rules of the physical world do not apply in the same way they apply elsewhere. This is consistent with the totality of what the radiation theory proposes. If the plant can alter cells and cognition and aging, the possibility that it has also altered something more fundamental about the space Springfield occupies is not a stretch. It is the logical next step. If the coma theory is correct, Springfield's geography makes even simpler sense. Homer's unconscious brain does not have a precise, accurate map of the United States in its memory. It has impressions, fragments, emotional residue from places he has visited or seen or experienced in ways that left an imprint. Mountains from a family vacation that sits in memory as a feeling rather than a fact. Ocean from a commercial on the hospital room television, drifting through the fog of unconsciousness and becoming part of the dream without any attached context. Desert from a movie Marge watched while sitting at his bedside, the audio bleeding through. Farmland from the long, flat highway drives that are part of any Midwestern life. Homer's dreaming mind assembled Springfield from every piece of America he ever encountered, layered together without regard for geographic logic because dream geography does not follow real geography. Dreams have emotional logic. They arrange space according to feeling rather than cartography. Springfield feels like America because it is built from Homer's memory of America, which is scattered and incomplete and held together by longing and association rather than any coherent map. The town is everywhere because Homer's memories are everywhere. It borders all those states because Homer has fragments of all those states inside his head, imprecisely recalled, emotionally weighted, woven together into a landscape that captures the feeling of America without reproducing its actual structure. If the principle in the Popper theory is correct, if Springfield operates through collective denial and the systematic suppression of any truth that threatens the agreed-upon version of events, then the town's refusal to have a fixed location is the ultimate institutional expression of that dynamic. You cannot investigate a town you cannot find. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear power plant if the state it operates in keeps changing. You cannot hold anyone accountable for anything if the jurisdiction keeps shifting, if the regulatory authority is perpetually undefined, if the EPA region cannot be confirmed because the county keeps appearing to belong to different states in different documents. Springfield floats between states because floating is legally and institutionally safer than landing. A town with a fixed location has a fixed regulatory framework, a fixed state attorney general, a fixed set of federal oversight agencies whose jurisdiction is clear and whose authority to investigate is unambiguous, a fixed health department with the mandate to examine what is happening to Springfield's fish and Springfield's children and Springfield's water supply. Springfield has none of these things because Springfield does not have a location. It exists in a regulatory void, a jurisdictional gray zone, a space where the normal mechanisms of institutional accountability simply cannot get traction. And this is not an accident. This is not the result of imprecise writing or lazy continuity management. If we follow the logic of what the show tells us about Burns and his influence over every system in Springfield, it is entirely consistent to conclude that this ambiguity is maintained deliberately, through exactly the same mechanisms Burns uses to maintain every other form of advantage over his community. The most explicit acknowledgement of this dynamic comes in the Season 12 mockumentary episode Behind the Laughter, where the show appears to finally reveal Springfield's location. In the original broadcast, the Simpson family is identified as being from northern Kentucky. In syndicated reruns of the same episode, that detail was changed to a different state entirely. The show gave you an answer and then changed the answer depending on which version of the episode you were watching. Even when Springfield has a definitive answer, that answer is not definitive. It shifts. It mutates. It refuses to stay pinned down. Just like everything else in this town. Just like the three-eyed fish that everyone saw and nobody investigated. Just like the coma that everyone watched and nobody woke Homer from. Just like the shooting that everyone witnessed and nobody properly solved. just like the identity that the whole town voted to maintain as a lie. Just like the memory of every catastrophe that Springfield has survived and collectively decided to forget. Springfield will never be located, not because the show cannot decide where it is, because the show decided long ago that Springfield is more powerful as a mystery than as an answer. A town that belongs to every state belongs to everyone. And a town that belongs to everyone is a town that nobody can shut down. Section 9, The Principal and the Pauper. The town that made truth illegal. There is an episode of The Simpsons that the show's fan base has spent nearly 3 decades hating. An episode that is consistently ranked among the worst in the series, cited as the moment the show betrayed its own continuity, dismissed as a cheap gag that destroyed years of careful character development in the service of a plot too absurd to justify the damage it caused. The episode is Season 9, Episode 2, The Principal and the Pauper. It aired on September 28, 1997, and its reception was so negative, so swift, and so sustained that 28 years later, people still bring it up as shorthand for when The Simpsons lost its way. Harry Shearer, who voices Principal Skinner among a dozen other Springfield residents, publicly expressed his displeasure with the storyline. Critics argued that the revelation at its center retroactively invalidated everything the show had built around the character, that it pulled the rug out from under years of characterization in a way that served no narrative purpose and left only wreckage behind. But here is what I want to suggest. The Principal and the Pauper is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It is the most important episode of The Simpsons, because it is the only episode in the show's history that shows you, explicitly, on camera, in real time, with no ambiguity and no room for alternative interpretation, exactly how Springfield works. Let's review what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the celebration, a stranger walks into the room, a man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war and believed killed in combat. He was not killed. He survived the prison camp. He escaped. He came home. And when he came home, he discovered that someone had been living his life for the past 2 decades. The man Springfield has known as Seymour Skinner is revealed to be an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street kid from the wrong side of every possible track, a petty criminal, a young man with no future and no prospects, and no version of himself that he could point to with any confidence and call worthwhile. He was drafted into the army and served in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian felt the weight of guilt that soldiers carry for the deaths of those who served beside them. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother, Agnes. But when he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. The grief of losing a child is a particular weight that bends reality in the direction of relief. And Agnes, looking at this young man who had served with her boy and stood before her now, found something she needed to find. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had a family or a home or an identity worth inhabiting, went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the history, the relationship with Agnes, the entire structure of a life that belonged to someone else, and he lived inside it for 20 years. He became a principal, a community figure, a person with a place in Springfield's social fabric. He built a real life on a stolen foundation. And then the real Skinner walked through the door. At this point, the episode has set up a story that could go in several directions. The real Skinner could be reintegrated into his own life. Tamzarian could face consequences for his decades of impersonation. The community could grapple with what it means that the person who has been running their school, who has been a trusted figure in their children's education, was never who he said he was. These are all legitimate directions for a narrative about identity, deception, and the question of what makes a self genuinely one's own. Springfield takes none of these directions. Instead, the town holds a meeting. Both men are present. The truth is fully on the table. Every resident of Springfield who attends is in possession of the complete facts. And the town does not deliberate about justice or accountability or what the right thing to do is. They deliberate about what they want, about which version of reality they prefer, about whether the truth, clearly available, clearly established, serves their interests better than the comfortable fiction they have been living in. And the vote is unanimous. Keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree. The imposter is declared, officially and legally, to be the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the real one, the veteran who survived years in a prisoner of war camp and came home to discover his identity had been occupied in his absence, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. The community sends him away in the most literal possible way, physically expelled, removed from the space of the community's life. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal, under penalty of torture, to ever mention what actually happened again. A community voted to criminalize truth. They had the truth available. They had the actual person whose truth it was standing right in front of them. They had the complete and verifiable facts. And their collective decision was to exile the truth, to outlaw even the speaking of it, and to legally enshrine the lie in its place. This is what fans hated. This is what Harry Shearer objected to. This is what critics cited as the show's betrayal of its own logic. But the episode is completely honest about what Springfield is. Springfield has always operated this way. The entire history of the show, every catastrophe that was forgotten, every impossible event that left no permanent mark, every crisis that resolved back to normal as though it had never occurred, every reset, every erasure of consequence has always operated on exactly this mechanism. Springfield chose to forget. Springfield voted, implicitly, silently, collectively, to maintain the fiction, because the fiction was more comfortable than the reality. Because the reality, if acknowledged, would require action, and action would require confronting power, and confronting power would threaten the economic and social structures that Springfield's residents depend on for their daily lives. The Principal and the Pauper is the only episode that shows you the vote. Every other episode in the show's history performs the forgetting off-screen, between episodes, in the invisible space between one week and the next. In this episode, the show makes you watch the mechanism operate. It brings you into the room. It shows you the deliberation. It lets you see Springfield choose the lie in real time. Consider how many times Springfield has experienced things that should permanently alter its reality. The town was sealed under a dome by the federal government. It survived nuclear near misses. It has been invaded and destroyed and rebuilt. It has had its sun literally blocked out by a mechanical disc operated by the richest man in town. Every single time, by the next episode, everything is back to normal. Nobody references what happened. The continuity of catastrophe simply does not exist. The slate is clean. Fans have called this episodic storytelling, a convention of the genre that should be accepted as a feature of the form rather than treated as meaningful. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain resetting between sleep cycles. The radiation theory calls it the cognitive symptom of chronic neurological damage from environmental contamination. These are all valid readings. The Principal and the Pauper offers a fourth reading. Springfield resets because Springfield chooses to reset. Not through impaired cognition, not through dream logic, but through a deliberate and repeated collective act of social will. The residents of Springfield have developed, over their shared history, a sophisticated and robust mechanism for maintaining the agreed-upon version of reality in the face of any evidence that contradicts it. The mechanism involves collective denial, social pressure against dissent, and when necessary, the formal apparatus of civic authority, judges and legal decrees, and the physical removal of people who insist on saying true things. This is not a cartoon trope. This is how real communities work. Small towns in particular have a capacity for collective denial that large cities rarely develop. Because in small towns, the social cost of truth-telling falls directly and personally on individuals who have to keep living alongside everyone they offended by speaking. Scandals get buried not by powerful conspiracies, but by the accumulated social weight of everyone in the community, preferring not to deal with the disruption. Crimes go unpunished, not because the law is absent, but because the community has implicitly agreed that the law's intervention would be more disruptive than the crime itself. Uncomfortable truths get rewritten through shared silence until the official version is the only version that can be spoken without social consequence. Springfield codified this mechanism into law. That is the only real difference. Now layer the other theories onto this. If Burns controls Springfield's economy, which the radiation theory and the Mona Simpson backstory and dozens of episodes make clear, and if the principle in the pauper's mechanism is the social infrastructure through which Springfield maintains its impossible reality, then the combination of these two things creates something specific and deliberate. An environment where the economic costs of truth are enormous and immediate, and the social mechanisms for suppressing truth are robust and tested and broadly accepted, is an environment where truth simply does not survive. It cannot survive. The conditions are incompatible with its persistence. Burns does not need to personally suppress every piece of inconvenient information about the power plant's safety record, or the radiation levels in the water, or what happened to Homer's mother. He does not need to run an active censorship operation. He built the environment, economic and social, in which the community censors itself, in which every resident, independently and from their own self-interest, arrives at the conclusion that the truth is too expensive to maintain, in which the vote to criminalize truth is not shocking but inevitable, because it is simply the formalization of what the community was already doing informally. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He was a man who showed up with proof that the official narrative was a lie and expected the community to receive that proof and respond to it with something recognizable as justice. And the community's response was to tie him to a train and send him somewhere else, to make the messenger of truth into the person who has to leave. That is Springfield's most consistent defense mechanism. Not force, not violence, not the suppression of information. Exile. The person who insists on saying true things simply does not get to remain part of the community. They go away. And with them goes the truth they were carrying, because the community can pretend the truth when on the train. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. Still out there, presumably, somewhere beyond Springfield's undefined borders, carrying a story that cannot be told where the people who need to hear it are living. Section 10. Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, and the Floating Timeline. The Final Mystery. Let's talk about Hans Moleman. If you have watched The Simpsons for any length of time, you know who Hans Moleman is. He is the small, elderly, nearly blind man with the perpetually unfortunate expression and the apparent gift for attracting catastrophe. He exists primarily in the background of Springfield's life, a minor character without a central storyline of his own, present in the crowd shots and the reaction scenes and the moments when the show needs a human face in a supporting capacity. He also dies constantly. Not once, not twice, not in the way that background characters sometimes meet ends in dream sequences or hypothetical scenarios. Hans Moleman dies in regular, canonical, main continuity episodes of The Simpsons on a frequency that has no precedent in the history of American animation. He gets hit by cars. He gets crushed by objects. He gets buried alive and escapes from his own grave and then gets buried again. He gets eaten by various animals. He gets struck by lightning. He gets incinerated. He walks into traffic and disappears under the wheels with a quiet acceptance that suggests the experience is familiar to him by now. By conservative count, Moleman has died dozens of times in the course of the show, and in every subsequent episode, he is simply back. Present, ready, no explanation offered, no acknowledgement that he was dead a few episodes ago, no resurrection scene or miraculous recovery montage. He just exists in the next episode as he existed in all the previous ones, as though the deaths were administrative errors rather than narrative events. Most viewers accept this as a running joke. Moleman dies a lot. It is funny. Move on. But apply the theories, and Moleman's death cycle becomes one of the strangest and most revealing details in the show. The radiation theory has a specific reading for this. If the plant's contamination has altered Springfield's residents at the cellular level, producing mutations across the entire biological spectrum, from Homer's impaired cognition to Maggie's extraordinary intelligence, then Moleman may represent the most extreme biological alteration in Springfield. A man whose cellular structure has been so thoroughly modified by decades of radiation exposure that his body can reconstitute itself after what, in any other biological system, would be permanent terminal failure. He does not survive his deaths the way Homer survives injuries. Homer endures extreme trauma and heals because his system has become unusually resilient. Molman actually stops functioning, and then he starts again. Death in Springfield, for Molman, is not a permanent state. It is a temporary condition, a cellular disruption that his mutated biology resolves the way a normal body resolves a cut. Given sufficient time, the system restarts. This is the most extreme manifestation of what the radiation does. Burns uses artificial treatments to keep his biology running past its natural end. Homer's biology has become so resilient, it resists terminal damage without external intervention. Molman has crossed whatever threshold exists beyond that, into a space where the conventional relationship between cellular damage and permanent cessation simply does not apply. The coma theory reads Molman differently. In Homer's dream, Molman is a background process, a minor character, a supporting element of the dream's population, one of the bodies that Homer's unconscious mind uses to make Springfield feel like a real, inhabited place rather than a sparse landscape populated only by the people Homer actually knows. And background processes in dreams are not maintained with the same consistency or care as primary characters. They drop out. They fail. They disappear for a while and then reappear without explanation, because the dream does not require them to have had continuous existence during the interval. Molman dies because Homer's dreaming brain sometimes lets the minor elements of the dream lapse, the way a real dream sometimes loses track of background characters between scenes. He comes back because the dream eventually needs him again and regenerates him without accounting for the discontinuity. In this reading, Molman is not a person inside the dream. He is a prop that the dream occasionally breaks and reassembles because it requires a certain number of faces to maintain the illusion of a populated world. There is a detail about Molman that the show drops in passing and never returns to, a detail that fits the radiation theory with troubling precision. Molman once stated his age as 31 years old. 31. He appears to be in his late 80s at minimum. He has the body of a man who has passed through his 80s and is well into whatever comes after. His skin, his posture, his mobility, his visible frailty all suggest a person who has been alive for the better part of a century and is feeling every year of it. But he says he is 31, and there is no reason within the show to believe he is lying. The show drops the line as a throwaway joke, but the joke lands on a genuinely disturbing implication. If Molman is telling the truth, something aged him catastrophically. Something took a man in his early 30s, the prime of his life, and imposed on him the physical characteristics of a man nearly 3 times his age. Something that also, simultaneously, appears to have made him nearly indestructible despite that apparent physical frailty. The radiation theory has an answer. The coma theory has an answer. The collective denial theory has an answer. The only framework that cannot account for Hans Molman is the one that says, The Simpsons is just a cartoon, and the details do not mean anything. In Springfield, the details always mean something. Now let's talk about Ned Flanders, because Ned Flanders is the character the show has destroyed most thoroughly, most methodically, and most quietly over its entire run. And the destruction is so complete and so clearly intentional and so thoroughly illuminating of what the show actually believes about the relationship between virtue and reward that it deserves more attention than it typically receives. On the surface, Ned Flanders is everything Homer Simpson is not. He is kind in a way that extends beyond social performance into genuine behavioral pattern. He is generous with his time, his resources, his attention, his forgiveness. He is devoutly and sincerely religious in a way that is treated by the show as genuine rather than hypocritical. He is physically fit, financially responsible, present and engaged in his children's lives, patient with his neighbor in a way that no neighbor in the history of human habitation has ever actually been patient with Homer Simpson. By any objective measure available within the show's universe, Ned Flanders is a better person than Homer Simpson. He works harder, gives more, hurts fewer people, and maintains a standard of conduct that would be admirable in any context. And the show punishes him for it, relentlessly, systematically, without remorse. Maud Flanders, Ned's wife and the mother of his children, was killed at a sporting event. She was in the bleachers at the Springfield Speedway when a t-shirt cannon misfired. The shirts hit her because Homer was dodging them. Homer's selfishness, his reflexive self-preservation in the face of an incoming projectile, directed the projectile into the path of the woman who was standing next to where he had been. Homer's instinct to protect himself killed Ned's wife. And Ned forgave him, because Ned always forgives. Because that is what Ned does. He forgives. He turns the other cheek. He absorbs punishment after punishment after punishment and responds with the grace of a man whose moral framework demands that he continue to respond this way regardless of whether the person who harmed him deserves it. But the forgiveness is not what it appears to be. An episode in the show's middle seasons pulls back the curtain on Ned's unfailing pleasantness in a way that recontextualizes everything we know about him. When a hurricane destroys Ned's house and the community's attempt to rebuild it produces a structurally unsound disaster that collapses immediately, Ned snaps. He has a complete psychological break. He stands in the wreckage and screams at everyone who contributed to it, at Homer, at the neighbors, at the town, at the whole accumulated history of being mistreated by people who do not deserve his continued goodwill. He says things he has been suppressing for years. He is raw and real and furious and specific in his grievances. And then he is institutionalized, committed to a mental health facility. And in that facility, the psychiatrist who treats him reveals something that transforms the entire character in retrospect. Ned was a violent child, not mildly difficult, not energetically challenging. Genuinely violent and uncontrollable, a child whose behavior was beyond the capacity of his parents to manage. His parents, being beatniks with a philosophical opposition to conventional discipline, took him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression out of him. Through behavioral modification techniques that the show implies were intensive and extended and not particularly gentle. The psychiatrist quite literally beat the rage out of Ned through sustained therapeutic intervention. Ned's kindness is not a character trait. It is a psychological cage. The gentleness, the patience, the forgiveness, the goodwill, the Christianity, all of it is not who Ned is. It is a structure built around who Ned is to prevent who Ned is from ever getting out. Beneath the Bible verses and the Oakley Dokley and the neighborly waves across the fence, there is the original Ned, the one who was conditioned away, the one who was buried under years of behavioral reprogramming. That Ned is still there. The hurricane episode proves that he is still there. He emerges when the structure fails, when the accumulation of harm finally exceeds the capacity of the conditioning to suppress his response to it. And the response, when it comes, is not measured. It is not rational. It is 30 years of suppressed rage arriving all at once, without the filtering that normally allows people to express anger in ways that can be received and responded to productively. Every interaction between Ned and Homer reads differently now. Ned's patience is not saintly. It is pathological. He has been neurologically conditioned to be unable to express anger regardless of how much anger he feels, regardless of how fully justified that anger would be if he were allowed to express it. His forgiveness of Homer after Maude's death is not an act of grace. It is the programmed response of a man who cannot produce the alternative, who wants to scream and cannot, who wants to hold someone accountable and is constitutionally unable to. His faith is a framework, a structure he adopted or was directed toward because it provides an externally supplied explanation for suffering that his conditioning prevents him from processing internally. If everything happens for a reason, if God has a plan, if suffering is purposeful rather than random or inflicted, then Ned does not have to feel the full weight of what has been done to him. He can file it under divine intention and continue. But here is the darkest detail in the entire Ned Flanders story. The one that The Simpsons drops quietly and never underlines, never emphasizes, perhaps never even intends as a major statement. But the fact of it is there in the show's canon, plainly and undeniably. God talks to Homer. God has spoken directly to Homer Simpson on multiple occasions. The drunk, the glutton, the man who neglects his family and sleeps at his safety-critical job and causes more accidental harm to the people around him than any other single resident of Springfield has had literal, face-to-face verbal conversations with God. God appeared to Homer in a dream. God addressed Homer directly. God told Homer his time was coming, and God has never spoken to Ned Flanders. Not once. Not in any episode across 36 seasons of television. The most devout man in Springfield, the man who has organized his entire life around his relationship with the divine, who goes to church every Sunday without fail, who prays with sincerity and regularity and genuine faith, has been met with total silence from the entity he has built his life around. The drunk gets divine conversation. The faithful man gets silence. This is not an accident. This is a thesis statement. The Simpsons is telling you something about the architecture of reward in Springfield, about the relationship between virtue and outcome in the world it depicts. Goodness is not rewarded in Springfield. Kindness is not protected. Diligence is not compensated. The system, whatever the system is, the radiation or the economics or the institutional corruption, or some combination of all of them, does not respond to moral behavior. It responds to compliance. And Ned Flanders is the most compliant man in Springfield because he was programmed to be compliant before he was old enough to have a choice in the matter. His compliance is not freely chosen. It is imposed. It is the result of having the capacity for resistance conditioned out of him in childhood by a doctor whose methods the show implies were not kind. He cannot resist. He cannot fight back. He cannot even feel the full force of his own anger when his neighbor's selfishness kills his wife. And his reward for this extraordinary, involuntary, lifelong compliance is a dead wife, a collapsed house, a neighbor who has caused him immeasurable harm and will never fully understand what he has cost him, and a God who gives his time and attention to that very neighbor while leaving Ned in silence. Homer Simpson and Ned Flanders have lived next door to each other for 36 years. Homer does everything wrong, causes harm everywhere he goes, operates without accountability or consequence, and is loved by his family and protected by the universe in which he lives. Ned does everything right, causes almost no harm, maintains his virtue through conditions that would break most people, and loses his wife to Homer's selfishness. The gap between them has never closed. It will never close. The system is not designed to close it. It is designed to keep Homer where he is, and Ned where he is, and everyone else exactly where they are. In the loop, in the pattern, in the Springfield that does not change and does not allow change, and meets every attempt at change with the institutional mechanisms we have spent this entire video examining. And now, the final mystery. The one that all of these theories converge on. The one that sits at the center of everything like a singularity. Why doesn't anyone age? Bart Simpson was 10 years old when the show premiered in December of 1989. He is 10 years old now. Lisa was 8 then, she is 8 now. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s. They still are. Maggie was 1 year old. She still is. 36 years have passed in the world outside the television. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The industry has a term for this: the floating timeline. It means the show's present is always the viewer's present. When the episode airs in 2025 or 2026 or whenever you are watching this, the characters are living in that year. When it aired in 1995, they were living in 1995. The year changes, the technology changes, the cultural references change, the world around them evolves. The characters remain frozen. Long-running animated shows do this. It is a convention of the form. Most people accept it without looking too hard. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has started to crack the foundation of its own reality. Homer and Marge's backstory has been rewritten 4 times to keep their adolescence in the era that matches their currently stated ages. Their origin story has migrated from the 1970s to the 1980s to the 1990s to the 2000s to the 2010s. Each version places their formative years in a different decade, with different music, different fashion, different cultural context. They do not have a fixed past. Their history is a draft that keeps getting revised. Their origin is a story that changes with every retelling. And Springfield accepts this because accepting it is what Springfield does. It is the same mechanism that accepted the lie about Seymour Skinner's identity, the same mechanism that accepted the story about Homer's mother being dead, the same mechanism that accepted the official verdict about who shot Burns even when the evidence pointed elsewhere. Every single theory we have examined in this video arrives at the floating timeline and offers an explanation. And remarkably, all of those explanations are different, and all of them are right. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. His last memory of them is fixed at the moment the vending machine fell. His dreaming brain cannot imagine them growing up because it was not awake to see it happen. Of course they stay young. Of course the world outside them moves, but they remain constant. They are not people in a world. They are the contents of a memory, preserved with the specific fidelity of things that matter most. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their biology has been mutated at the cellular level in ways that affect normal aging processes. The contamination that gave Homer his physical resilience and gave Maggie her extraordinary cognition may also have altered the basic cellular mechanism through which normal biological aging occurs. Springfield's residents age, but they age differently. They age in ways that do not correspond to the calendar the way they would outside the contamination zone. The collective denial theory says nobody ages because Springfield has voted, collectively and implicitly, and with the same mechanism it used to expel the real Seymour Skinner, not to age, to maintain the agreed-upon version of things, which includes everyone's age. The town has decided that the passage of time is a truth too disruptive to acknowledge, and it has deployed its social machinery to suppress that acknowledgement as effectively as it suppresses every other uncomfortable fact. And the Burns immortality theory says that in a universe where at least one person has demonstrably extended his lifespan far beyond normal biological limits through technological and medical intervention, the concept of fixed biological aging is simply not the universal rule it appears to be elsewhere. Burns has been alive for a century. His treatments sustain him. If that is possible for Burns, the question of what else is possible, what other relationships between biology and time have been altered in Springfield's contaminated environment, is genuinely open. All four explanations are true, not alternatively, not in competition with each other, but simultaneously because the show supports all of them. Because the floating timeline is not one thing. It is the convergence of everything we have been examining, the point where all the threads come together. And here is what the convergence means. The Simpsons are trapped, not in the cartoon sense of characters in an animated series who cannot change because changing would require narrative commitment that episodic television rarely makes. Trapped in a deeper sense. Trapped in the way that we have trapped them, the audience. The people who have watched for 36 years, who quote lines from episodes that aired before most of us were alive, who find comfort in the reliability of the yellow faces, and the couch gag and Homer in the car and the credits rolling, and next week everything exactly as it was. The show has imagined its characters aging. In Season 6, Lisa's wedding, it flashes forward to Lisa at 23, engaged, brilliant, accomplished, lonely in the specific way the show has always understood her to be lonely. The future it depicts is specific and rich and emotionally true. Lisa has become the person the show has always said she would become. The episode proves the show can imagine them growing up. It can see who they would be. And then it closes the window. Lisa returns to 8. Bart returns to 10. The future locks back up. The permanent present resumes. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it, because if it allows growth, if Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie says her second real word and Homer notices a gray hair and Marge admits that 36 years have passed, then the show is not a comedy anymore. It becomes something else. It becomes the story of a family that ran out of time, that got old, that reached the end of the particular phase of life that the show has been celebrating and preserving. And we do not want that story. Not because the show owes us permanence, but because the version of life that The Simpsons represents, the chaotic, imperfect, endlessly resilient version of the middle American family, is something we are not ready to let go, something we need to maintain in amber, to keep running on the television, to return to every week as a promise that some things stay the same even when everything else is changing. The loop is not Springfield's prison. It is ours. We built it. We tighten it every time we tune in, every time we laugh, every time we quote a line and feel the warmth of recognition that comes from sharing a reference with millions of other people who grew up alongside the same family, on the same street, in the same impossible town. And every theory in this video, every mystery, every buried storyline, every contradiction, every impossible thing that happens in Springfield and gets forgotten by the next episode traces back to this. Time stopped in Springfield because we stopped it. We pressed pause in December of 1989 and we have been afraid to press play ever since. Because pressing play means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we are older, that the world has changed in ways that are not always comfortable or kind, that the couch we sat on as children watching the opening credits is gone, or belongs to someone else, or exists only in a memory that is slightly softer than the original. As long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Homer is coming home from the plant and Marge is in the kitchen and Maggie is watching from her high chair with those enormous eyes that sees everything and say nothing, we do not have to admit any of that. We can sit down, we can turn on the television, we can go home. That is what Springfield is, not a prediction, not a contamination zone, not the dream of a dying man, not a conspiracy, not a mystery, not any single theory or framework or explanation. It is home. For every person who ever watched it. The messy, complicated, impossible, indestructible home that we built together over 36 years and will not give up, because giving it up means admitting that we have grown up, and we are not ready. Not yet. End of script. Expanded Section 2. Continuation. Homer's coma. Additional depth. The mechanics of how the coma dream maintains itself are worth examining in detail because the show's structural choices across its post-1993 run are more consistent with the coma framework than most discussions of the theory acknowledge. Consider the reset button. Between virtually every episode of The Simpsons, the events of the previous episode are simply erased. Homer loses his job and gets it back. The family faces financial ruin and recovers. A catastrophe strikes Springfield, and Springfield is fine by next week. Characters state things that directly contradict established facts from earlier episodes. The continuity, such as it is, does not run forward in a straight line. It runs in loops. Each episode is essentially self-contained, beginning from a baseline that is always the same, and returning to that baseline regardless of what occurred in the preceding 22 minutes. In ordinary episodic television, this is a production convention. Shows built around stable character dynamics and recurring situations reset between episodes because maintaining cumulative continuity would eventually constrain the range of stories available to tell. The Simpsons does this more thoroughly than almost any other long-running show, with a consistency and completeness that goes beyond standard episodic practice into something that deserves attention as a specific creative choice. Under the coma theory, the reset is not a production convention. It is the cognitive signature of a dreaming brain. Dreams reset. Between sleep cycles, between the episodes of rapid eye movement that generate dreaming and the non-REM states that precede them, the dream resets. It does not maintain perfect continuity from one night to the next. It regenerates. It builds from the same emotional baseline, the same characters, the same setting, but without the accumulated detail of every previous dream session. The events of last night's dream do not automatically carry forward. The new dream begins fresh. This is exactly the structure of The Simpsons. Each episode is a new dream, generated from the same emotional architecture, featuring the same characters in the same setting, but not bound by the accumulated facts of previous episodes. Homer can lose his job and have it back because the dream does not maintain employment records. The family can face financial ruin and recover because the dream's baseline financial condition is whatever it needs to be for the current episode. Springfield can be destroyed and rebuilt because the dream builds Springfield fresh from the same template each time, without the persistent memory of its previous destructions. The increasing surrealism of the show's later seasons follows a pattern that is consistent with progressive neurological deterioration. In the early seasons, the episodes closest to the coma event of April 1993, Homer's dream maintains a relatively high degree of internal consistency. The plots, while increasingly fantastical compared to the pre-coma era, still tend to operate within recognizable frameworks. Homer goes to space, which is fantastical, but the episode is structured like a real space mission, with recognizable emotional beats and a coherent narrative shape. As the seasons progress, the dream becomes less tethered. The internal logic becomes more elastic. The plots become more disconnected from any recognizable real-world framework. Characters behave in ways that contradict their established personalities without explanation. The show develops what fans have called flanderization, the tendency of characters to become extreme versions of their most notable single trait, losing the roundedness and complexity that defined them in the early years. This is exactly what you would expect from a dream being generated by a brain with diminishing cognitive resources. The early dreams have access to the full richness of Homer's memories and emotional understanding of the people he loves. The later dreams, generated by a brain that is running increasingly on reserves, can only access the strongest associations. Bart is the prankster. Marge is the patient one. Burns is the villain. The nuance that makes these characterizations feel real is lost, because the brain no longer has the resources to maintain it. There is another detail that the coma theory illuminates in a way that no other framework quite manages. The show's famous couch gag. Every episode of The Simpsons begins with the same sequence. The family rushes to the couch in the living room of their house, and some variation of how they arrive and settle occurs, often with elaborate and increasingly surreal variations that have become one of the show's most discussed ongoing creative devices. The family is always heading for the couch. The couch is always there. The living room is always the destination. Under the coma theory, the couch gag is not just an opening gimmick. It is the dream's most persistent symbolic image. The couch is safety. The couch is togetherness. The couch is the specific physical embodiment of everything Homer's dream is trying to maintain. The family, intact, in the same space, settled and present, and together. That is the dream's constant goal. Every episode begins with it because the dream's deepest impulse is to return to it. Whatever adventure follows in the next 22 minutes, whatever strange place Homer visits or bizarre situation he finds himself in, the dream always begins by confirming that the family is together and the house is intact and the couch is there. It is Homer's unconscious mind establishing the baseline before each new dream cycle. The family is okay, they are here, they are together. Now the dream can unfold. The people at Homer's hospital bedside have a role in the dream that the theory handles in an interesting way. If the coma is real, there are real people in that hospital room. Marge, presumably, is there regularly. Bart and Lisa have been brought to visit. The medical staff move through the space, conversations happen, a television in the room or in the hallway plays. All of this ambient information reaches Homer's brain through the channels that remain open to unconscious minds, even in deep coma states. And all of it gets incorporated. Real visits from Marge become the emotional anchor for the dream's version of her. The sound of Bart's voice in the hospital corridor becomes the template for Dream Bart's voice. The television program playing in the background when Marge stays late becomes the celebrity who shows up in Springfield for an inexplicable guest appearance. The dream does not create from nothing. It transforms. It takes the fragments of the world outside the coma and weaves them into the world inside it, maintaining the dream's Springfield with whatever materials reality provides. This is why the show's cultural references become more contemporary with each passing year. Homer is not visiting a timeless dream world. He is visiting a dream that is continuously being updated with new information from the outside. The celebrities who visit Springfield are not there because Springfield has somehow become a cultural hub. They are there because their names and voices have drifted through the hospital room and been incorporated into the dream's fabric, translated by Homer's unconscious mind from ambient sound into narrative presence. And if this is true, the show contains something genuinely moving embedded in its structure. Every episode of The Simpsons is, in a sense, a message from the outside world to Homer. Every cultural reference, every celebrity appearance, every new technology that appears in the show, every event from the world that gets satirized and transformed and woven into Springfield's story is a piece of the life going on outside Homer's hospital room, reaching into the dream. The world is still there. It is still moving, and the traces of it are finding their way in through whatever channels remain open. Homer is not entirely alone in the dark. The world is still talking to him, he just does not know that is what is happening. Expanded Section 3 Continuation. Who Shot Mr.? Burns. There is an angle on the Burns shooting that almost no discussion of the mystery takes seriously, but that the show's own evidence supports more convincingly than most people acknowledge. The possibility that the shooting was not a single shooter acting alone, but the result of a collision of intentions. Consider the sequence of events in the parking lot immediately following the town meeting. Burns has just finished addressing the assembled residents of Springfield. He is leaving. He has, in the preceding weeks, managed to antagonize every single person in that room, personally and specifically. He has taken things from all of them. He blocked the sun. He destroyed people's livelihoods. He injured a family's pet. He stole a school's funding. Multiple people leave the meeting angry. Multiple people leave the meeting carrying weapons because the show was careful to show us that Springfield's residents had come prepared for the possibility of violence. The parking lot would have been, in the minutes after the meeting ended, a space populated by dozens of furious people, all in possession of their grievances, all in close proximity to the man who caused them. The official narrative has Burns in the parking lot alone with Maggie, encountering only the infant, having only one person to identify as his attacker. But the parking lot after that meeting was not empty. It was crowded with exactly the people who had the strongest reason to want Burns to suffer consequences. What if multiple people reached Burns in that parking lot? What if the scenario the official account describes, a lone encounter between an elderly billionaire and an infant, is a simplification of a situation that was considerably more complicated? What if multiple hands were involved in what happened to Burns and the identification of Maggie as the shooter served the purpose of collapsing a messy, multi-participant confrontation into the cleanest possible resolution? Burns says he recognized his attacker. "Oh, it is you," the phrase that works as an identification of a familiar face. But recognition does not require there to have been only one person. Recognition means Burns saw someone he knew, someone specific. And that person's name is the answer to the actual question. The DNA evidence pointed to a Simpson, an eyelash on Burns's suit. But consider the chaos of a crowded parking lot after a tense public meeting. How many Simpsons were in that lot? Homer was there. Marge was there. Bart and Lisa were presumably present, having been at the meeting or in the vicinity. The entire Simpson family was in the same space at approximately the same time. An eyelash from any one of them could have landed on Burns's suit during any proximity in the preceding hour, not necessarily at the moment of the shooting. The DNA evidence places a Simpson at the scene. It does not specify which Simpson. It does not confirm timing. It does not prove that the Simpson whose eyelash landed on Burns's clothing was the person who pulled the trigger. And then there is Homer's Season 18 confession. This has received enormous attention from the theory community, but the attention tends to focus on the binary question of whether Homer did it or not. The more interesting question is why Homer says it at all. Homer's personality, across 36 seasons of episodes, does not tend toward unprompted confession of serious crimes. He lies. He covers things up. He avoids accountability with the skill and dedication of a professional evader. He does not voluntarily admit to attempted murder in casual conversation. Unless the admission serves a purpose. Unless saying it is a way of doing something other than confessing. Unless Homer is trying, in the only way available to his limited cognitive toolkit, to signal something that he cannot communicate more directly. Homer works for Burns. Homer has worked for Burns his entire adult life, including the entirety of the time since the shooting. Homer has watched an infant take the blame for something that may or may not have involved the infant. Homer, with his IQ of 55 and his radiation-damaged brain, and his crayon-inhibited cognition, may have arrived at something like guilt. Not sharp, articulate guilt. Not the kind of guilt that produces action or meaningful communication. But the blunt, persistent guilt of someone who knows something is wrong and cannot figure out how to make it right. So they say it out loud in a place where it will be heard without being truly heard. Nobody acts on Homer's statement. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Because in Springfield, what Homer says in that moment is not received as information. It is received as Homer being Homer. Another thing Homer said that can be safely ignored, because Homer says things all the time that do not correspond to reality. The town's mechanism for suppressing truth operates at the level of individual statements as well as collective memory. It does not require a decree from a judge or a town meeting vote. It operates through the simple social process of not taking seriously the things that would be inconvenient to take seriously. Homer confesses to attempted murder. Springfield does not hear a confession. Springfield hears Homer being eccentric, and the distinction between those two things is enforced not by any explicit decision, but by the accumulated social habit of treating Homer as someone whose statements do not require engagement. This is how Springfield has always worked, not through dramatic mechanisms of suppression, through the quiet, continuous, socially enforced practice of not paying attention to things that would be disruptive to acknowledge. Expanded Section 4. Continuation. Burns's immortality. The question of whether the Burns dynasty has always employed extraordinary measures to maintain its continuity is one the show raises and then carefully does not answer. But the evidence that surrounds the question is suggestive. Burns refers to the Gilded Age not as history, but as personal memory. He has described the conditions of life in the late 19th century with the specificity of someone who was there. He has made references to events from the early 20th century as first-hand experiences. If we take these references at face value rather than as continuity errors, Burns's personal timeline extends back well over a century. The treatments he currently undergoes are the mechanism of his current survival. But the treatments use nuclear radiation as their active principle, and nuclear medicine did not exist in the 19th century. How did Burns survive before the treatments? What was he using in the 1890s and the 1910s and the 1930s? The show does not tell us, but the Burns family's history as a dynasty of extraordinary and possibly indefinite longevity suggests that whatever the current mechanism is, it is the modern version of something that has always been part of how the Burns family operates. The current treatments using nuclear radiation are the contemporary expression of a longer tradition. This connects to something that the show depicts about the Burns family's relationship with accumulated knowledge. Burns is unusually well-informed about medicine, about science, about the specific biology of his own survival. This is not the knowledge of someone who picked it up casually. It is the knowledge of someone who has been studying the same set of problems for a very long time. A century of personal research into the question of how to stay alive has produced a level of expertise that no contemporary medical institution can match. Because no contemporary medical institution has been working on this specific question for this specific person for this specific span of time. Burns is the world's foremost expert on burns. On his specific biological chemistry, his specific disease burden, his specific radiation tolerance, his specific response to the treatments that maintain his survival. He has had over a century to run experiments, observe results, adjust variables, and refine the protocol. The treatments that currently keep him alive are not the treatments he started with. They are the optimized endpoint of a very long research program with a sample size of 1. And Smithers is the living repository of that accumulated knowledge, not just the administrator of the current protocol, the keeper of everything Burns has learned over a century about how to keep himself alive. If Smithers were to die or leave or lose that knowledge, Burns would not just miss his appointments. He would lose the entire accumulated research program. He would have to start over from a baseline that is considerably more deteriorated than whatever his starting point was a century ago. The relationship between Burns and Smithers is, at its core, a relationship about knowledge and survival. Burns has the knowledge. Smithers manages the application of it. Neither one can do what the other does. Burns cannot manage his own treatments, his scheduling, his logistics, the precise sequences of intervention that his protocol requires, because the treatments leave him, for the period immediately following each session, in the state Homer observed in the woods. Disoriented, glowing, wandering, unable to manage anything. He needs Smithers to manage the aftermath of each treatment the way he needs the treatment itself. And Smithers needs Burns to exist because the entire structure of his identity, the purpose and meaning of his daily life, is organized around Burns's requirements. Without Burns to serve, Smithers is a person without a function, not a servant without employment, a person without a self. The show has explored this dynamic with more honesty than it is usually credited for. Smithers' complicated feelings about Burns are not simply the feelings of a man with a workplace crush that has never been acknowledged or reciprocated. They are the feelings of a person who has organized their entire consciousness around another person's survival and needs, who has no identity separate from that organizing purpose, and who knows that the purpose is all that stands between them and the void of having no purpose at all. Expanded Section 5. Continuation. Maggie's intelligence. The daycare rebellion in The Longest Daycare contains a detail that deserves considerably more examination than it typically receives in discussions of Maggie's character. The bully, Gerald, the baby with the unibrow, who serves as the antagonist of the short, is not just physically larger and more aggressive than Maggie. He is the institutional favorite. The daycare staff have a relationship with Gerald that grants him a degree of tolerance and latitude that the other children do not receive. Maggie identifies this. She understands from observation that Gerald has a form of protection that she lacks, that any direct confrontation with him will be mediated through an institutional structure that favors him. So she does not confront him directly. She works around the structure. She uses the system's own logic against itself. She creates situations in which Gerald's aggression is directed somewhere that does not trigger the staff's protective response. She engineers his downfall through the gaps in his own protection rather than through the force of direct opposition. This is sophisticated. This is not the tactical thinking of a child who has been taught to navigate institutional systems. This is the intuitive political analysis of someone who looks at a power structure, understands how it works, identifies where its weaknesses are, and builds a strategy around exploiting those weaknesses rather than confronting the structure's strengths. Maggie does this at 1 year old, as a baby, while physically falling over and picking herself up and falling over again. The physical limitations make the cognitive achievement more extraordinary, not less. She is doing extremely difficult thinking in a body that is still learning to walk. The implications extend well beyond the daycare. If Maggie possesses this level of institutional analysis at 1 year old, what is the ceiling? What does she understand about Springfield's power structure? About Burns's empire? About the mechanisms through which Homer is kept in his position? Through which the town is kept in its loop? Through which the truth is kept at bay and the lie is kept in place? She has been watching. She has been there for every conversation she has overheard, every episode of the show she has been present in, every moment when the adults around her discussed or argued about or inadvertently revealed something about the real nature of their situation. She has been sitting in her high chair or her stroller or Homer's arms and taking in everything, processing it through a cognitive apparatus that operates several levels above what the people around her would credit. What does Maggie know? She knows about the coma, if there is a coma, because she exists inside the coma dream, and something about the way the dream works might leave traces that an intelligence like hers could detect. She knows about Burns, because the pattern of her family's relationship to Burns, the dependence, the damage, the history, is visible if you know how to look. She knows about Mona Simpson, because the stories that get told in the Simpson household about the grandmother she never met contain the architecture of what Burns did. She knows perhaps everything, and she is waiting for the right moment to do something with it. The theory community has speculated about what Maggie's endgame might be, and the speculation ranges from the grandiose to the intimate. Some argue she will confront Burns, that she will eventually use her intelligence to dismantle the system that has damaged her family across 3 generations. Some argue she will protect Lisa, recognizing in her sister the person most in need of the kind of support and partnership that a covert, strategically positioned ally could provide. Some argue her endgame is simply survival, getting herself and her family out of Springfield before the dome comes down permanently. But the show has never told us. Maggie's endgame is the last genuinely open question in the Simpson family narrative. Everything else has been at least partially resolved, or at least pointed in a direction. Maggie remains unresolved. The pacifier is still in. The eyes are still watching. The intelligence is still accumulating. And somewhere behind that blank infant expression, the most capable person on Evergreen Terrace is running through scenarios that nobody else in Springfield has the capacity to imagine. Expanded Section 6. Continuation. The predictions. The Simpsons and time have a specific relationship that the prediction phenomenon illuminates from an unusual angle. The show is, in some sense, a document of how American culture imagines its own future in any given decade. Each era of the show reflects the specific anxieties and aspirations and satirical targets of the period in which it was written, wrapped in the show's characteristic Springfield framing. And because the show has been running for 36 years, it contains multiple overlapping documents, each reflecting a different moment in the country's self-image. The early seasons reflect the anxieties of the late 1980s and early 1990s. Fear of nuclear contamination, which is why the plant is so central. The decline of the American working class. The collapse of confidence in institutional competence, whether corporate, governmental, or educational. The sense that the systems that were supposed to protect and provide for ordinary families had become indifferent or actively hostile to their well-being. The middle seasons reflect the anxieties of the mid to late 1990s and early 2000s. The absurdity of celebrity culture. The acceleration of media consolidation. The growing gap between the very wealthy and everyone else. The sense that politics had become performance rather than governance. The later seasons reflect the anxieties of the social media era, the information overload era, the era in which the line between news and entertainment and satire and reality has become impossible to locate with confidence. Each of these eras has its specific preoccupations, and the show's satirical predictions draw from those preoccupations. The Trump prediction came from an era in which celebrity politics was an accelerating concern. The media consolidation predictions came from an era in which that trend was already being discussed in serious outlets. The technology predictions came from an era in which technology's trajectory was the dominant cultural story. But here's the meta-observation that the prediction phenomenon points toward. The Simpsons is not predicting the future because it has special access to what will happen. It is predicting the future because the show is one of the most consistent and comprehensive documents of what America is actually worried about at any given moment. And the things that Americans worry about tend, over time, to materialize. Not because worry causes things to happen, but because the things that generate widespread anxiety in a culture tend to be the things that are already in motion, already developing, already visible to people paying close attention. The show's writers pay close attention. They see the trends. They extrapolate them. And because trends that are already visible tend to eventually arrive at the destinations they are heading toward, the show's extrapolations tend, over sufficient time, to come true. The deeper and more genuinely interesting claim is not that the show predicted these specific events. It is that the show was engaged in the same activity as the actual forces shaping those events. The writers who wrote the Trump joke were doing the same kind of cultural analysis as the political strategists who were building the conditions for Trump's actual rise. They were looking at the same society, identifying the same dynamics, and following them to their logical conclusions. The writers published their conclusion as satire. The political reality published its conclusion as the 2016 election, and the audience experienced both. The satire first, making the territory familiar. The reality second, confirming the territory's existence. And because the satire came first, the reality felt, to everyone who had seen the satire, like a confirmation rather than a surprise. This is the most honest account of what The Simpsons' predictive power actually consists of. Not prophecy, not inside knowledge, but cultural engagement sophisticated enough that it consistently arrives at the same conclusions as the forces shaping the world it analyzes. And when those forces produce their results, the show has already been there. Expanded Section 7. Continuation. Mona Simpson. The question of what Abe Simpson knew, and when he knew it, adds another dimension to the generational architecture of Burns's damage to the Simpson family. Abe's deal with Burns, the one that guaranteed Homer's employment in exchange for Abe's silence about some crime Burns had committed, tells us several things about Abe that complicate our understanding of his character. First, it tells us that Abe was not simply a passive victim of Burns's power. He had leverage. He possessed knowledge that Burns considered valuable enough to trade employment security for. Abe Simpson, the old man who seems to exist primarily to ramble incoherently and be largely ignored by everyone around him, once held a card that the most powerful man in Springfield considered worth paying to suppress. Second, it tells us that Abe chose to use that leverage in the most narrowly self-interested way possible. He did not use it to expose Burns. He did not use it to bargain for something that would benefit the community, or even to bargain for something that would genuinely protect his family's future. He used it to ensure that Homer would always have a job at the plant. The specific plant that Burns owns, the plant that was poisoning the town, the plant that served Burns's interests above anyone else's. Abe did not bargain his way out of the system. He bargained his way into a position of slightly greater security within it, and the silence that he maintained, the silence about whatever crime he had witnessed, the silence about what Burns had done to Mona, the silence about the deal itself, all of that silence fell on Homer. Homer, who inherited the consequences without the information, who worked for the man who destroyed his family without ever knowing that the arrangement was deliberate, who experienced his entire life as a series of losses and limitations that he attributed to his own inadequacy, because the alternative explanation was never available to him. Abe's silence is not just the silence of a coward or a pragmatist. It is the silence of a man who made a choice and has been living inside that choice for decades, watching his son carry the weight of it without being able to put it down because he does not know what he is carrying. There is a reading of Abe Simpson that the show's comedy consistently obscures, but that is present in the show's actual narrative if you look for it. Abe is not simply a harmless old man lost in his memories. He is a person who made a specific and consequential decision at a critical moment and has been avoiding its implications ever since. The rambling, the incoherence, the apparent inability to engage with the present, these can be read as the symptoms of a man who does not want to be fully present because being fully present would require confronting what he did. The deal he made with Burns did not protect Homer. It ensured Homer's continued exposure to the thing that was harming him. It guaranteed that Homer would spend his adult life in the building that was poisoning his neighbors, working for the man who had destroyed his mother, with no protection and no information and no way to choose something different. Abe traded his silence for a chain. He called it security. He gave it to his son as a gift. Expanded Section 8. Continuation, Where is Springfield? Springfield's architecture is worth examining in this context because the physical built environment of the town is as geographically incoherent as everything else about it, and the incoherence follows a specific pattern. The town has downtown buildings that suggest a major urban center. It has suburbs that suggest mid-sized Midwestern sprawl. It has industrial zones that suggest the Rust Belt. It has a waterfront that suggests a coastal or Great Lakes city. It has surrounding rural areas that suggest New England or the Pacific Northwest. All of these environments exist in proximity to each other in ways that no real American city or town replicates. Every American viewer, regardless of where they actually live, can look at some part of Springfield's built environment and see something familiar. The show ensures this through its geographic impossibility. By incorporating elements of every regional American aesthetic into Springfield's physical landscape, it guarantees that no viewer is entirely in foreign territory. You might not recognize the coastline, but you will recognize the nuclear plant's cooling towers, or the diner, or the school, or the bar, or the strip mall, or whatever piece of Springfield's hodgepodge geography matches the world you grew up in. This is intentional. The show's designers and writers have been building a town that belongs to everyone by ensuring that every American region has deposited something recognizable in Springfield's landscape. And the result, paradoxically, is a town that does not look like any specific place because it looks like all specific places simultaneously. The geographic incoherence is the show's most sophisticated act of inclusivity, and its most effective mechanism for ensuring that Springfield's specific stories feel universal. Expanded Section 9. Continuation, Principal and the Pauper. The Principal and the Pauper reveals something about Springfield's relationship with identity that goes beyond the specific case of Armin Tamzarian. The town's decision to maintain the lie about Skinner is not an isolated act. It is the explicit articulation of a principle that governs Springfield's entire social life. Identity in Springfield is not fixed. It is not rooted in verifiable fact or biological continuity or established history. Identity is what the community agrees it is. The community has the authority to declare a person's identity, to confirm it or revoke it or transfer it from one person to another. And that declaration has more social and legal force than any amount of objective evidence to the contrary. This principle, applied beyond the Skinner case, explains a great deal about how Springfield functions. Burns can be simultaneously the most powerful man in town and a man that nobody except Smithers fully understands or can hold accountable. He is who he says he is because the community's agreed-upon understanding of him gives him that identity. Homer is the safety inspector because that is his assigned role, regardless of whether his actual capacities match the role's requirements. Ned Flanders is the good neighbor. Lisa is the difficult one. Bart is the troublemaker. Marge is the patient one. These are not descriptions. They are the community's assignments, the identities Springfield has given these people and expects them to maintain. And the punishment for failing to maintain your assigned identity, for insisting on a self that the community has not ratified, is what the real Seymour Skinner experienced. Exile. The real Skinner was not expelled because he was dangerous. He was expelled because his presence made the community's chosen fiction unsustainable. His existence was the problem, not anything he did. Simply the fact of his existing in the same space as the lie Springfield wanted to maintain made the lie harder to maintain. So the lie was given legal protection, and the truth was put on a train. This is how Springfield manages every truth that threatens its stability. Not through violence, not through suppression in any active sense, but through the social machinery of non-recognition. The mechanism that expelled the real Skinner is the same mechanism that fails to register Molman's deaths as worthy of investigation. The same mechanism that dismisses Homer's confession in season 18. The same mechanism that looked at the three-eyed fish and shrugged. The same mechanism that watched Burns eat the fish on television and called it proof of safety. Springfield does not suppress truth. It non-recognizes it. It withholds the social acknowledgement that makes truths actionable. And without that acknowledgement, even the clearest and most well-documented truth in the world cannot be used to change anything. Expanded Section 10 continuation, the floating timeline and final thoughts. There is one more thing to say about Ned Flanders, and it is the thing that makes his story the most complete and devastating arc in the show's history. Ned has been presented across the show's run as Homer's foil, the good neighbor, the counterpoint, the living demonstration of everything Homer is not and presumably should be. And the show, consistently and without apology, demonstrates that Ned's goodness gets him nothing, that Homer's badness gets Homer. But the show does something even more honest than that. It shows you why. Homer's badness is, in the specific moral ecosystem of Springfield, a form of adaptation. Springfield is an environment contaminated by radiation and institutional corruption and collective denial and the concentrated power of a man who has been maintaining his empire through the systematic degradation of everyone around him for over a century. In that environment, the behaviors that serve survival are not the behaviors that moral frameworks commend. Compliance is useful. Obliviousness is protective. Failing to make connections between causes and effects keeps you out of the path of consequences you cannot avoid if you understand them. Homer is perfectly adapted to Springfield. Not because Homer is good at survival in any conscious or strategic sense, but because the specific ways in which Homer is limited, cognitively, emotionally, professionally, happen to be exactly the ways that make him tolerable to a system that cannot afford to have competent, aware, resistant people in positions adjacent to its most sensitive vulnerabilities. Ned is not adapted. Ned's virtues, his genuine ones, his honesty and his generosity and his desire to treat people well, are maladaptive in Springfield. They make him visible to harm in ways that Homer's obliviousness protects him from. They make him responsible in ways that create vulnerabilities. His goodness is his exposure. And the God who talks to Homer and ignores Ned is not making a moral judgment. The God of Springfield's universe, whatever that entity actually is, talks to Homer because Homer is the center of the story. Because the story is Homer's dream. Because in Homer's dream, God is one of the sources of narrative intervention, one of the elements of the dream's storytelling machinery, and God appears where the story requires God to appear. Homer needs divine contact because Homer's story needs it. The dream gives Homer what the story requires. Ned does not get God because Ned is not the center of Homer's dream. He is a supporting character, a foil. The good neighbor who makes Homer's badness visible by contrast. Homer's dream does not need Ned to have divine experiences. It needs Ned to remain as the faithful, suffering, unjustly burdened neighbor who makes the dream's core premise that Homer's imperfect, chaotic, blundering life is nevertheless the life worth dreaming about, legible. Ned is the dream's argument. The dream says, here is a man who did everything right, who was kind and faithful and generous and good, and look what it got him. And here is Homer who did everything wrong, and look what it got him. Family, children, a house, a marge, a life that, for all its chaos and damage and absurdity, is full of the thing that matters most. The dream is not saying goodness doesn't matter. The dream is saying that love, imperfect and irrational and often expressed through strangling and shouting and donut theft, is the thing that makes a life worth having. And Homer, for all his failures, has that. He has it completely and without condition. The dream reminds him of this by placing next door a man who has everything else and does not quite have that. Not because Ned is unloved, because Ned's love is carefully managed and behaviorally conditioned and expressed through a protocol rather than through the raw, unfiltered, embarrassing excess that Homer brings to everything. Homer's love for his family is not graceful. It is not measured. It is not dignified. It is enormous and clumsy and gets expressed in ways that are more likely to cause strangling than tenderness. But it is real. It is the most real thing in Springfield. And the dream, Homer's dream, knows this. Every episode, across every season, through every reset and every impossible recovery and every celebrity appearance and every outlandish plot, the dream brings Homer back to the couch, to the family, to the place where the realest thing he knows is present. Because that is the dream's whole point. Homer Simpson has been dreaming since April of 1993, and every episode you have ever watched is him dreaming his way back to the people he loves, over and over and over. Because he does not want to wake up, because waking up means leaving them, because the dream, for all its absurdity and impossibility and defiance of every known law of physics and narrative logic, contains the only thing he truly cannot bear to lose. The family, the couch, the house on Evergreen Terrace, the kids who are always young, the woman who is always there, the dream that was also somehow enough. Additional content, the deeper Burns empire. There is a dimension of the Burns conspiracy that goes beyond what most fans have examined, one that connects directly to Springfield's position as a company town in the most complete sense of the term. When we say that Burns controls Springfield, we tend to mean that economically. He employs a significant portion of the town through the plant. His political influence shapes local governance. His resources allow him to purchase whatever outcomes he needs from whatever institution he needs to influence. But the control goes deeper. Burns effectively controls Springfield's infrastructure at the physical level. The plant provides the electricity. This is not incidental. It means that every home, every business, every institution in Springfield operates on energy that Burns provides and for which Springfield pays Burns directly. The economic dependency runs through every single aspect of Springfield's life at the most fundamental level. Without the plant's electricity, Springfield stops functioning. Food spoils, medical equipment fails, the water treatment facility goes offline. The basic conditions of modern urban life, which depend entirely on continuous electrical power, cease to exist. This is leverage of an extraordinary and irreplaceable kind. Burns does not just employ Springfield, he sustains it. The town's survival, in the most literal sense, depends on his continued operation of the facility that provides its electricity. And this dependence is, in the deepest structural sense, the thing that makes every other aspect of Burns's control possible. A population that depends on you for the physical conditions of its survival is a population that cannot oppose you effectively. Not because it is cowardly or unintelligent or unwilling, because the cost of opposing you is the loss of the thing that makes survival possible. Every Springfield resident who might consider challenging Burns, who might decide that the contamination is unacceptable or the political corruption is too brazen or the institutional capture is too complete, has to weigh that challenge against the knowledge that the lights stay on because Burns decides they stay on. The dome in the Simpsons movie is the logical endpoint of this structure. The EPA determined that Springfield's contamination had reached the point where containment was the only available response. But within the dome, Burns's relationship to Springfield remained unchanged. He still owned the plant. The plant still provided the electricity. The dome did not break the dependency. It made it absolute. Inside the dome, there were no alternatives. There was no possibility of connecting to a different grid or finding a different power source or building a different economic model. Burns's control inside the dome was total in a way that it had never quite been outside it. Springfield trapped inside a dome with Burns's plant as its only power source is Springfield in its truest form. The metaphor made literal. The company town enclosed so that the company is the only game left in what remains of the world. The Treehouse of Horror dimension. There is an entire parallel Springfield that exists in the show's annual Treehouse of Horror episodes, the Halloween anthologies that step outside the show's canonical continuity to tell horror, science fiction, and fantasy stories. And this parallel Springfield contains a body of evidence for the show's darker themes that is, if anything, even more explicit than what the canonical episodes provide. In the Treehouse of Horror Stories, the show is freed from the constraints of maintaining the premise for the next episode. It can kill characters permanently. It can reveal things that the canonical show implies but cannot confirm. It can take the dark undertones that run through the regular episodes and bring them fully to the surface. And what those stories tend to reveal, repeatedly across decades of Halloween episodes, is a Springfield where the underlying horror of the canonical stories is real. A Springfield where Burns's power is absolute and his nature is genuinely monstrous. A Springfield where Homer's failures have genuine and permanent consequences. A Springfield where the contamination is not just environmental, but existential. Where the mutations go all the way down. Where the yellow skin and the four fingers are just the visible surface of something that goes much deeper into the fabric of what these people are. The Treehouse stories do not take place in the same continuity as the regular show, but they are written by the same writers with the same understanding of the characters and the town. They represent what the show would look like if it were allowed to follow its own implications to their actual conclusions, rather than resetting before the implications fully land. And what they look like consistently across 36 annual entries is a town full of people who are barely surviving something they barely understand in a world that is actively trying to kill them, just like the canonical Springfield, but without the comedy providing enough buffer to make it bearable. Springfield as American myth. Let's close with the biggest picture. Bigger than the radiation, bigger than the coma, bigger than Burns and the shooting and the timeline and everything else. The question of what Springfield actually is as a cultural artifact, what it has been doing over 36 years in the imagination of the audience that has been watching it. Springfield is America's favorite funhouse mirror. It is the image of American life reflected back at Americans with all the distortions that make the uncomfortable things visible. The nuclear plant is America's relationship with industrial power. Burns is America's relationship with unchecked wealth. Homer is America's relationship with the working class, with the ordinary person who is supposed to be the center of the national narrative, but is in practice the person who absorbs the consequences of decisions made by people he will never meet. Marge is America's relationship with women's labor, the invisible sustaining work that holds everything together while receiving insufficient recognition. Lisa is America's relationship with intelligence and idealism. Bart is America's relationship with rebellion. And the floating timeline, the world that never ages, the family preserved in amber, is America's relationship with nostalgia, with the particular American obsession with preserving a version of itself that may never have fully existed. The house on Evergreen Terrace with the kids always young, and the problems always solvable and the family always intact. The American dream not as aspiration, but as possession, something that was real once and needs to be maintained against the passage of time that would change it into something less perfect. The Simpsons has been running for 36 years, and it has, in that time, become the longest and most detailed portrait of this particular American mythology ever created. It has also become increasingly an elegy for it, because the world in which the American family can be Homer and Marge on a nuclear plant salary, in a house they own, in a community they belong to, is a world that has been changing since before the show began. And the show, frozen in its floating timeline, has become a record of what that world looked like, of what it felt like to be inside it, of what we lose as it passes. Every theory in this video is reaching for something real. The radiation theory is reaching for the truth about what industrial power does to communities that depend on it. The coma theory is reaching for the truth about grief and memory and the human need to hold on to what we love past the moment when holding is possible. The Burns conspiracy is reaching for the truth about what concentrated wealth does to every institution it touches. The Skinner identity crisis is reaching for the truth about how communities maintain their comfortable fictions. Maggie's silence is reaching for the truth about intelligence in a world that does not reward it. The floating timeline is reaching for the truth about what we use television for, what we are actually doing when we return to the same family in the same house week after week across 3 decades. We are not watching television, we are maintaining a relationship with a family we know as well as our own, with a town that has become part of how we understand the country we live in, with a version of American life that is increasingly historical and increasingly precious because it is passing, or has already passed, or maybe never fully existed the way the show depicts it, but which we needed to believe in anyway. Springfield will be here when you come back. It always is. That is the whole point. The plant keeps leaking. Burns keeps living. Homer keeps surviving. The family keeps assembling on the couch. The loop keeps running. And somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, a man is dreaming the dream that the rest of us have been watching for 36 years, holding on to his family in the only way that is still available to him, in the only space where time stops and the children stay young and nobody ever has to say goodbye. Thank you for spending 4 hours in Springfield. Whatever brought you here, whatever kept you watching, whatever question you came in with, I hope you are leaving with something worth carrying. Springfield is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than it looks from the outside. And so if you are willing to look, is the place you are watching from. See you in the next one. Additional section. The Bart Simpson question. The boy who was never allowed to grow up. There is a character in The Simpsons who receives enormous attention as a subject of comedy and relatively little attention as a subject of genuine analysis. That character is Bart, and Bart's situation, when you examine it carefully, is arguably the most philosophically troubling in the entire show. Bart Simpson is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. He is, by the show's own frequent characterization, a problem child, a troublemaker, a boy whose relationship with authority is one of reflexive, performative, and occasionally genuine resistance. He does poorly in school. He pranks his teachers. He gets into trouble with a regularity that should have resulted, by any realistic standard of educational administration, in interventions that would have substantially altered his trajectory by now. And here's the thing that nobody fully acknowledges about Bart. He is a boy whose potential is being actively suppressed by the environment he lives in. The show has, across various episodes and in various ways, demonstrated that Bart is considerably more capable than his academic performance suggests. He has shown genuine strategic intelligence. He has demonstrated leadership abilities, the kind that emerge naturally when the situation calls for them, without the artificial constraints of classroom settings that reward a specific and narrow range of intellectual expression. He has shown creative problem-solving of a kind that his IQ test scores, when the show has depicted them, do not remotely capture. Bart is not stupid. Bart is a child whose intelligence operates in modes that the Springfield school system, Under the management of a principal who is not actually who he says he is, and teachers who have been ground down by decades of teaching in an underfunded institution, cannot recognize or cultivate. He is failing in school because the school is not equipped to understand what he is. And because he is failing in school, the people around him have agreed, collectively, on the story of Bart as the family's difficult child. The problem. The one who is going to end up like his father, or worse, because that is the story that fits. That is the narrative that is easy. That is the assignment the community has given him before he was old enough to refuse it. Under the radiation theory, Bart's specific presentation is interesting. Homer's radiation damage produced cognitive impairment. Maggie's produced extraordinary intelligence. What did it do to Bart? The show's answer, implicit across hundreds of episodes, seems to be this. Bart's intelligence is intact, but it is expressed in ways that the institution cannot accommodate. He is creative, strategic, socially intelligent, emotionally perceptive in the specific ways that allow him to read people and situations with unusual accuracy. These are forms of intelligence that do not show up on standardized tests. They show up in his ability to execute complex pranks, in his ability to build and maintain social alliances, in his ability to identify exactly the right thing to say to produce a specific effect in a specific person. Bart is intelligent in the ways that survive in difficult environments, in the ways that get you through life in a contaminated town with an incompetent father and a principal who is not really who he says he is. Not the intelligence that gets you into college, the intelligence that gets you out of trouble. And in Springfield, those are the forms that selection pressure favors. Under the coma theory, Bart's eternal 10-year-oldness takes on the most heartbreaking meaning of any of the characters' frozen ages. Homer was Bart's parent. He knew Bart as a specific 10-year-old boy. He had the specific, irreplaceable experience of being this particular boy's father at this particular age. And then the coma took him away from the experience of watching Bart grow up. The dream cannot give him that experience because the dream does not have that experience to give. It can only give him the Bart it has access to. The 10-year-old. The boy he knew before the vending machine fell. Bart in the dream is not frozen because the dream is lazy. He is frozen because that is the most Homer ever got to know him. The dream gives Homer his son as his last best memory of him. And that memory is of a difficult, exasperating, deeply loved 10-year-old boy who drove his father to frustrated strangling and tender pride in almost equal measure. The strangling is not incidental. The strangling is, in the specific emotional language of the Homer-Bart relationship, the show's recurring image for the love that does not know how to express itself any other way. A love too large and too clumsy for the vessel it is poured into, spilling out sideways into the most available physical expression. In the dream, Homer stranges Bart every episode. And every episode, they both survive it. And the next episode, they do it again. Because the dream knows what the strangling means. It means Homer cannot let go. Not of the anger, not of the frustration, not of the love that keeps getting tangled up in both. Bart is frozen at 10 because 10 is the age when Homer knew him, and the dream holds that knowledge like a relic, like a thing too precious to risk changing. There is also something to be said about Bart's relationship with the show's most consistent moral voice. Lisa. Bart and Lisa's dynamic is one of the show's richest and least discussed ongoing elements. They fight. They compete. They dismiss each other with the reflexive cruelty that siblings who love each other deploy. But they also defend each other. They understand each other in ways that no one else in Springfield does. They are the two children of the same impossible situation, shaped by the same contaminated environment, the same broken generational history, the same house with the same parents, and they have arrived at completely different responses to it. Lisa fights. She argues, advocates, refuses to accept the world as it is, refuses to lower her standards to match the low-ceiling Springfield places on ambition and intelligence and moral seriousness. She is exhausted by this position, lonely in it, and unwilling to give it up. Bart resists. He does not fight the system the way Lisa fights it. He refuses to be contained by it. He subverts it, undermines it, treats its authority as a source of comedy rather than genuine power. He is not trying to fix Springfield. He is trying to survive it with his spirit intact. These are the only two real options for people who are genuinely alive, genuinely aware, genuinely resistant in Springfield. Fight or subvert. And the show, across its run, has been relatively honest about the costs of both. Lisa's fighting leaves her isolated and frequently crushed. Bart's subversion leaves him in academic failure and social marginality. Neither approach produces the outcome it is aimed at. Neither one fixes Springfield. Because Springfield, as we have established across the preceding 4 hours, is not a place that fixes. It is a place that continues, exactly as it is, exactly as it has always been, until the loop breaks or the dream ends or the dome comes down, or someone finally asks the question that has been hanging over the town since the very first episode. Why are we all like this? The answer is still there. On the skyline, in the cooling towers, in the water, in the yellow faces and the four fingers and the three-eyed fish, and the old man who dies every few weeks and comes back, and the baby behind the pacifier, who is watching everyone with those enormous eyes and saying nothing. In the dream of a man in a hospital bed who does not want to wake up. In Springfield. Always in Springfield. The town that exists everywhere and nowhere, on no map and every map, in every state and no state. In 1989 and 2026 and every year between and after. The town that belongs to everyone who has ever sat on a couch and turned on the television and gone home. That is Springfield. That is the show. That is 36 years and nearly 800 episodes and every mystery we have spent 4 hours examining, reduced to its simplest and truest form. A family, a town, a dream, and all of us watching, pressing pause, holding on. Bonus section. The Quickie Mart and Apu, Springfield's invisible witness. There is a character who has been present in Springfield longer than almost anyone else, who has watched more of the town's life from a closer vantage point than virtually any other resident, whose establishment is the community's most visited institution after the nuclear plant itself, and who is almost never discussed in the context of the town's deeper mysteries. Apu Nahasa P. Mapetilon, owner and operator of the Quick E-Mart. Apu's position in Springfield's social ecology is unique. The Quick E-Mart is open at all hours. It serves every demographic, every social class, every faction of Springfield's complicated and often fractious community. Politicians buy their coffee there. Burns's employees stop on the way to the plant. Lisa gets her study snacks there. Moe's regulars make emergency liquor runs at 2 in the morning. The retirement castle residents come by in the afternoons. Homer, who should probably be considered the Quick E-Mart's most valuable customer by revenue, if not by frequency, is there constantly. Apu has been watching Springfield for decades. He has the perspective that comes from being both deeply embedded in a community and fundamentally separate from its central social structures. He is not part of the plant's workforce. He is not part of the political machinery. He is not part of the networks of obligation and complicity that run through Springfield's institutions. He is a small business owner who sells convenience goods to every segment of the town's population, which means he observes all of them without belonging fully to any of them. What does Apu know about Springfield? What has he seen across all those years of overnight shifts and irregular customers, and the particular intimacy that comes from being the person people buy things from at 3 in the morning when their usual defenses are down? The Quick E-Mart is a confessional as much as a store. People say things there in the fluorescent light of the snack aisle at odd hours that they would not say anywhere else. Apu has a doctorate in computer science from a prestigious university. He is one of the most formally educated characters in Springfield, and one of the most underestimated. His intelligence, like Lisa's, is visible to anyone paying attention, but is systematically discounted by a community that has assigned him a specific and limited role and does not look beyond it. If anyone in Springfield has been paying close enough attention to see the patterns, to connect the radiation and the mutations and Burns's treatments and the generational damage to the Simpson family into a coherent picture of what has been done to this town, a good candidate is the man who has been standing behind the Quick E-Mart counter for 36 years, watching everyone come and go, with a doctorate he is not using and an intelligence that Springfield never asked about. What Apu has concluded about Springfield, if anything, is the show's most unexplored mystery. He is still there, behind the counter, when this ends. Open 24 hours? Watching everything. Saying less than he knows. Just like Maggie. Just like Springfield. The show that will not end. Final reflections. 36 years. Think about what that span of time actually means in the context of a television show. The Simpsons began airing when the Berlin Wall had just come down, when the Soviet Union still existed, when the internet, as most people experience it today, was not yet a thing that had been invented. The show has now been on the air for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. It has outlasted every other scripted primetime show in television history. It has generated more hours of content than any other animated American series. It is, by any measurable standard, the longest-running story about a single family ever told on television anywhere in the world. And the family is still on the couch, still in Springfield, still frozen at the ages they were when it all began. People who were children when the show premiered are now adults with children of their own, some of those children old enough to watch the show themselves. 3 generations of viewers have passed through Springfield's orbit. Each generation found something different in it, something that spoke to their specific moment, their specific relationship with the culture the show was satirizing. But each generation found something. Each generation kept watching. The show's longevity is not purely a product of institutional momentum, of a network that does not know how to cancel its longest-running hit. It is a product of something the show itself contains, something that remains appealing and meaningful and worth returning to even after the golden years of the 1990s have faded into television history. That something is what we have been circling for 4 hours. The Simpsons, at its core, is a show about trying. Homer tries, badly, incompetently, often disastrously, and keeps trying. Marge tries to hold together something that should not be possible to hold together and mostly succeeds. Bart tries to resist a world that has decided who he is before he had a chance to decide for himself. Lisa tries to make things better in a town that punishes the attempt. Maggie tries in silence, waiting for her moment, building towards something none of us can yet see. Nobody in Springfield succeeds in any traditional sense. The contamination does not get cleaned up. Burns does not face justice. The truth about Skinner stays buried. The mystery of the shooting stays closed. The coma continues, if it is a coma. And the children stay young, and the parents stay together, and the couch stays in the same place, and the show keeps running. What keeps us watching is the trying. The human, imperfect, deeply recognizable act of trying to love people well, and trying again, and failing better. The Springfield that matters is not the contamination zone, or the conspiracy, or the dream, or any of the theories we have examined tonight, as true and as supported as those theories are. The Springfield that matters is the one where a man comes home from a job he was never qualified for and finds his family at the dinner table and sits down, and something happens, something chaotic and funny and occasionally tender and always deeply human. That Springfield does not require a theory to explain it. It only requires watching, which is what we have been doing, collectively, for 36 years. And which we will keep doing, presumably, for as long as Springfield is still there to return to. The mysteries will remain mysteries. The theories will remain theories. The plant will keep leaking, and Burns will keep glowing, and Homer will keep surviving, and Maggie will keep watching, and the dream will keep running. And we will keep watching too. Because home is where you keep coming back to, even when you cannot explain exactly why.